this route now. I've got this far, I might as well. And now I'm, let's see, we are, sorry if I click the right button. Right now I am 59 miles away from the end of this leg, which is leg number 4, and there's only 2 more to go. And there's still guys flying with me, which is great. I've still got people to chat to, so I'm not going completely crazy. And the scenery is great around here as well. Oil's from Florida. How many hours have I been awake right now? So I got up, I think I woke up at about... I deliberately slept later last night, so I'd wake up later today. So I knew this was possible from 2 o'clock. I woke up at 11 AM. I got up at 11 AM, so I woke up a little bit before that. So I've 11 AM, 15 hours so far. It's not too bad. 15 hours is fairly normal, isn't it? Most people do 15 hours. Yeah, but I've got Boyle. Boyle's been flying with us for the last hour or so. Recon's done a few legs, maybe a couple of hours of flying. Maybe 3. I'm not sure. But Wyvern, behind them all, has literally started with me right at the start, flew the first 2 legs. Unfortunately missed a leg because he had some stuff to do. And then joined again for the 4th leg, so he's been there for literally most of this flight. And flying manually, and I've been using autopilot for quite a lot of it.
An autopilot computer just decided to go get a drink.
No. No, I've been using autopilot because I get the great views as well. I can look around outside the aircraft. +16 hours. I think I've already exceeded my flight hours. I think 11 is the absolute maximum, and I think it's only 11 if there's 3 crew members. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 11 hours is the most you're allowed to. I think it's extended again if there's 4 crew members. But that's actual time flying. I think you can have a rest period. So like on long haul flights, they normally have 3 crew, don't they? And the captain and the first officer will lift the plane off the ground, spend about an hour in the air, and then the captain will go and have a nap for like 4 or 5 hours. Come back, and I think the first officer will go and do the same thing. And there's normally like the 3rd guy will start asleep, or as close to asleep as you can, and take over for like 8 hours in between. But yeah, I've already exceeded the maximum amount of time legally I'm allowed to fly. Oh, there's another bit I'm looking forward to after this. Is flying down this valley here. I want a job that requires nap time as well. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Like court mandated nap time. Oh, that'd be great. I've got to have a drink. My throat's going. Yeah. I don't nap for anything less than double time. Oh, this is cool. Just like a rocky wilderness. Oh, excuse me. See, I'm yawning now as well.
Imagine living in that house right down there. It's like one house there.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. There's a couple of houses actually.
Yeah, you're right. There was one hidden. Yep.
Oh, that'd be wonderful though, as long as I got really good internet connection. I'd have no problem living there. Maybe. I don't know. It might, yeah, I like a little bit of civilization every now and again.
Does it get pretty cold up here in the wintertime then?
I imagine it would, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, you're on the coast right here, so like where I used to live on the Isle of Man, doesn't matter what time of year it is, it's always windy.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
so, yeah, like barren, windswept land where there's nothing natural to break the wind up, and this area is sort of fairly notorious. Like the whole of British Isles, like the last couple of days we've had really strong winds. And I've been able to hear them howling. I think in live weather, right now there was 20. I think it was like 15 to 20 knot winds, but this afternoon when I started it was 37.
Wow.
When I checked live weather, and I was like, nope, I'm not flying through a 37 knot headwind. I would be here for days trying to accomplish this. Yeah, I wouldn't. I couldn't live with no internet, man. It'd kill me. Like, I like having the connection to the outside world, even though I don't actually want to look at people for the most part. Because with an internet connection, I can just press X on whatever I'm doing and not have to deal with it anymore. Whereas in real life, you've got to kind of deal with people. And like, I like dogs more than I like people. So I'd be quite happy living there, have 5 dogs, sit there with the missus, let the dogs run around. But as long as I had a really good internet connection. Well, I mean, like, wired internet connections are going to be a thing of the past shortly, aren't they? I mean, space. What's the SpaceX satellite constellation called?
Starlink?
Starlink is. They've announced that you can get it in the UK now. Like a pre-order thing, like they're only doing so many at a time until the constellation gets bigger and bigger.
Have you ever seen the satellites up in the sky?
One time I think I saw them, and there was like 4 or 5 in a row that went past. You could see the reflection of the solar panels.
Yeah.
We actually tried to spot the Starlink satellite launching, because where it takes off from in Florida, its trajectory basically comes right over our house. So
right on.
But right at the point where the second engine would have ignited, there was a huge bit of cloud cover, so we never got to see it. Like the second engine burn, so it like that kind of. I was really hoping to see it, but then like the day after or so, you can see the satellites come past in their constellation, like spread out.
The first time I saw those, I was out having a bonfire in the front yard, and I looked up, and I didn't know what I was seeing, because it was maybe the day after they deployed them.
Oh yeah.
So they were still really close together, and I was like, so it almost looked like a single reflective line with a few outliers going across the sky. And I mean, I'm not like a UFO guy or anything like that, but I was like, what did I just see?
Yeah.
Because
I guess that. Yeah.
I had no idea that they just launched the satellites, so I didn't know what I was looking at. Just something really weird in the sky.
Yeah, I've seen satellites go over frequently, and I can always tell the difference between a satellite and an aircraft. And people never think that that's just a plane. Don't be silly. That's not a satellite, and they never believe you. And it's like, well, it is, because A, it's not flashing, and planes flash, right, all the time. And satellites move significantly faster over the sky than an aircraft would, because they're low Earth, like a low Earth orbit satellite or polar orbiting satellites traveling at like something ridiculous, like I don't know, 20,000 miles an hour or something stupid.
Sure, yeah.
Like, probably not quite that fast, because they can get around the Earth in 90 minutes. So, that's pretty damn fast.
That is pretty damn fast.
I've always wanted to watch a proper space launch. And one day, I might get the opportunity to do it. One day.
We don't have much going on in the UK in terms of space.
Sorry, mate, you're really quiet there. I can barely hear you.
They have much in the UK in terms of space.
No, you don't, you, like, there's so much light pollution, it's really difficult to see. I'm lucky I live quite close to the Peak District, so it's quite dark in most of the places there. Oh, nice. Tyler's posted photos of his J3 Cub that he's building. It looks brilliant. Oh yeah, Hawks. I can imagine the Spitfire doesn't like travelling very slow. Not really built for slow speed, is it? So let's have a quick check and see where, because we can't be that far away now. We're about 7 or 8 waypoints. 38 miles to run on this leg. This leg was going to be 3 hours and 42 minutes. And yeah, we're not that far away. Got another cool track through between the island and the main line again. That should be quite nice. I mean, we could do, if it was a slightly longer flight, we could do like a long duration, like caravan mission, or
like a relay or something.
No, not so much a relay, because I really want to do the whole flight myself. But
oh, gotcha.
You could do like in a bush type aircraft with just a longer range. Like, so the Cubs, the relays is a cool idea. But I'd prefer to fly in a big group.
Right.
Personally, I mean, the relay idea is quite a cool idea. But if you're doing like a longer, say if you're doing the East Coast, you could maybe do it in a caravan, which could cruise at a higher speed. Like, not too much higher. And it'd still be like a very long time to be sat in an aircraft.
Sure.
Not quite a TBM, because I think a TBM has been done before, and they've got really high cruising speed for turboprop. But like
even this Baron here.
Yeah, like a Baravan, or a Baravan, a caravan, or a Baron, or some other little GA aircraft that you could fly around for Baravan. Yeah, it's a single engine turbine Baron. Or a twin engine caravan with reciprocating engines instead of turbine.
Well, now you have your name for your caravan. Do it in Barons, call it the Baravan. Sold.
The Baravan livery.
Yeah.
Yeah, have an overlay that makes it like so that it's painted along the side like it's got the same silhouette as a Baravan. Or you could do Baravan. Yeah. I really want the next. I'd like a Cub endurance livery, like endurance flying. Something down that theme. Like 24 hours in a Cub. You know, like have you ever seen the Cessna that did it's got the longest ever flight time ever?
No.
They did it in Las Vegas, so the thing was airborne for 62 days or something stupid like that. It was some ridiculously long amount of time. And they refueled it by flying over a freeway and had a pickup truck pace them, and they'd like use a little rope to bring up a fuel hose, and they'd refuel while flying, and they'd do that same with like snacks and supplies, and they'd use like a little and they kept it in the air for like 2 months. It was a brand new aircraft when they got it, and by the time they'd finished the flight, the aircraft basically had no power at all. They could barely get back like into a certain decent altitude because the engine was just so worn out by this stupidly long flight. And they did it to celebrate the opening of some casino in Vegas.
Wow.
And the aircraft is in some museum somewhere. But they said there was barely anything left of the spark plugs by the time they'd finished. They were like, we have no idea how the thing's still running. Yeah, go and have a look at that. It was a 152 or 172. I'm not sure, but it was really cool. Like it had been done a few times. Like a few people had tried this, like staying airborne as long as they could. And these two guys basically, one guy slept while the other guy flew, and then they refueled and swapped over, and they just kept doing it like that. And they did it for like 2 months. Can you imagine being stuck in a Cessna for 2 months? How difficult it must be, like just to do the normal, like you're never having a shower. You're gonna have to have the wet wipe post-apocalypse shower if you have anything. Oh yeah. Yeah, can you imagine what they smelled like when that thing landed? Oh my god, that must have been horrific. You could probably smell them if you were like driving down the highway and they went past. Oh. The poor sort, like I can't imagine they would ever want to get in an aircraft ever again after that. We've got to be honest. It was a brilliant story. I think they tried it previously and like not managed to break the record or something, and the second time they did it, they just went all out. Oh yeah. Oh, it's bad enough opening an aircraft door after it's been up for an hour, but like 60 something. I can't remember what the exact time is. I'll have a quick. I don't want scheduled services. There's like a flight duration record. What distance? It's like... Oh yeah, here you go. You're gonna like this. 64 days and 22 hours. December the 4th, 1958 to February the 7th, 1959. And they were in a Cessna 172. 2 guys, and they were refueled from a moving truck on the ground.
That's mental.
That's nuts, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, spending even like 3 hours in a Cessna 172 is long enough.
Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah, it was to open the Hacienda Hotel, so the aircraft was called Hacienda. Wow. Oh, the aircraft itself wasn't new, but the engine was. They supplied a new engine for it. Continental.
And it needed a complete overhaul after that flight, huh?
I don't think they did. I think they retired it and put it in a museum.
Just scrapped it.
Yeah.
You're done.
Well, they tried it a couple of times before by the looks of things. There's a chapter in this little bio that says the danger of in-flight bathing. We got a quart of bath water, a large towel and soap every other day. So at least they managed to, you know, get some...
little splash.
Yeah, at least they got some cleaning done, yeah. Wow. No thanks. You can keep it. I'm not... I wouldn't want to take part in that. Anyway. Precisely, Coaster. Yeah, I've been there, and it's not. Yeah. I don't want to have to deal with that ever again. And luckily I don't. Unless the apocalypse comes and then I have to for some reason again. Oh. So, how far are we away? We are not far away from our 18.5 miles.
Oh. What's this airstrip up here?
Where?
Glen Forsa.
I tell you what, this should be a great place for a bush flight as well. I might have to organise it. Yeah, I know. I don't want to risk it. I'm not risking it this time. I'm too deep into this endurance flight to risk my aircraft at this point. But yeah, any other day, I'd be on that small one down there. Yeah, this is not so much of a bush trip. This is just an exercise in sort of futility. 12 hours and 21 minutes so far. Wow. Let's have a quick... There we go. So, starting in Cold Rose at Land's End. Anti-clockwise around the UK. This is leg 4 of 6. I'm coming to the end of leg 4. And then from here we will fly to Liverpool, which I think is either the shortest or the second shortest leg, and then from Liverpool back down to all the way around the Welsh coast, back to Cold Rose again for the finish, and then I can get some sleep. I need a snack. I'm hungry. I want a hot dog real bad. I'd love a McDonald's right now, you know. Dave to do another lap right after, mate. I'd die if I tried that. I'm not doing another lap right after. The moment I touch down, I'm yeeting myself out of this chair, straight up the stairs, into bed. That's the moment the wheels touch down and it comes to a complete stop, I'm shutting the aircraft down in the runway and I'm off. I'm done. Because at the moment it still looks like I got about 6 hours to go. I can't believe I've got this far actually. We're 12 and a half hours in. And I thought I'm not sure where I thought I was going to be at this point. Yeah. I thought potentially I would have been a little bit further away. I didn't think I'd be here this fast. I think I was planning on the whole thing being around about 22 hours. It doesn't look like it's going to be that long. Oh, fuel. Genius. Fuel tank is good. I have started. I have run through the auxiliary tank now. Nice. So I can change my fuel tanks. Yeah, let's go right fuel tank. Get everything set up a little bit better. Oh, this is wonderful. I get to have a break for a couple of minutes and run to the loo and grab something to eat real quick. Distance remaining 11 miles. I say 11 miles of this leg. There's 2 more legs yet. And the FPS is taking a hit. Nice. Okay. What is that runway like? Oh. Doesn't matter which way I approach it, I'm going to have a crosswind, so I'll go for runway 19, I think. Yeah, north I don't think I could do another lap physically. Like, even if my life depended on it, I think I'd get about maybe a quarter of the way round and I'd just become a dribbling mess and fall on the floor. Don't even need to bring a full fuel load with me. Like, I could probably finish this entire trip from this point on all the way down to Culls Rose on 1 tank of fuel. Like, I'm not risking it because yeah, I do need to run to go and you know, do those things that humans need to do when they've been sat down for, you know, 3.5, 4 hours. And let's see, have we still got the legend that is Wyvern? We have as well. Wow. And Recon's still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yep.
I personally don't have any problem with pissing into a jug. However, there are rules about streaming these things on Twitch. Yeah, like, Boyle, I've spent far too long doing this flight to do something stupid like running out of fuel at this point. So, I flat refuse to make any stupid mistakes like that. Okay, not far away from the airport now. The last waypoint on leg number 4. I'm really happy that I've got to this point. And I've done it all in an aeroplane that looks like a Cub. This is your livery, North Coaster, I mean... Okie dokie. Yeah, I like the purple. That's a cool colour. This engine's going to need an overhaul after I'm done as well, to be honest. Well, I mean, it shouldn't really, because it's only what? It's only going to have, what, 24, 25 hours of usage. Oh, don't even tell me it just crashed. I don't believe it. I don't believe... That's the second time it's done that tonight. Right to the end of a flight plan, and it's crashed right before landing.
That's annoying, man.
Ah. Oh man, that's irritating. I'll spawn back in, and I'll spawn back in roughly in the same place I was on the map,
right.
Just on the map,
I'll circle.
and I'll just land, because I want to see this through. Damn it, I don't want to. Like when it crashed outside Humberside Airport, that wasn't too bad, because I was basically on final at that point. I'll land again. I'll show you, but it literally just crashed completely there, and that's the second time it's done it. That's annoying. Yeah, man. The end of basically a 4 hour, 3 hours and 42 minutes that leg took. for it to just...
I'll just circle where you dropped at, and you can, if you spawn in on me,
Yeah, we'll do.
this should be about the same spot.
There we go. Floating back up now. Oh. It better not do that again. But it's done it twice, so it might do it again. I hope not, because I'm going to be landing in Liverpool this time. Liverpool's quite a cool airport, and it's one of the sort of showpiece airports that they put in for the World Update. And I've landed there as a jump seat, in a jump seat of an ATR 72. And I can tell you the reg of the aircraft as well, because I remember the reg. I don't think the aircraft exists anymore. I think it was scrapped a couple of years ago. It better not be north. It better not be trying to tell me something. I can feel my eyes going now. See you later, Boyle. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along, man. Whew. Yawn. I could have made it to the end of the mission but the length this takes to load. I've got this stored on very fast NVMe SSD, and the loading time still takes forever. Yeah, I know what you feel, North. It's the same. It's just chatting and. Right, there we go. Loaded back in. I'm gonna load. I've got to exit out. Like, no, let me just. I'm gonna do this landing because. Where's the airport at? Where was the airport at? Was it there? Actually. I can't even remember where the damn airport was at now. There you go.
North Connell?
Yep, that's it. I'll just go with whatever's set up there. And we'll land, and then I have to back out of the sim just one more time to load the next flight plan. But it'll be a couple of minutes. I'm just going to run and grab a quick something to eat very quickly, and then continue on. Oh. Oh, of course. We can do this. We can land. That should be easy.
Hey, there you are.
Yeah. Get this landed. North, the chair I've got is actually really good. I don't feel sore at all from sitting in it. I do need to, every now and again, adjust myself and make sure I'm sitting upright. And I'm going to adjust the back so it's a little bit further up after this. Tell you what, let's slip it a little bit. There's a random vehicle in the runway there. What is that? Runway incursion, if there ever was one. Yeah, there's a fire truck in the middle of the runway. And there's a car. I'm gonna... That would have been an impact. Okay, landed. Right then. That... Done. Okay. I'm gonna get off the runway, apply the parking brake, shut down the engine. Set by the fuel here. I think this is the fuel. Yeah. Oh, nope. There we go. Fuel is correct. Okay, wonderful. I have to back out of the main menu. If anybody's watching and wonders, I have to back out of the main menu to load the next flight plan. Because it doesn't like... it doesn't like doing one big long flight plan. I tried that. So, no, I'm not having 2 o'clock in the morning. That can suck my ass. Okay, and change the weight and balance again. 20 kilos, 20 kilos, and add 120 for me, and then fill the rest with fuel. Let's have 90% this time. I don't need a full fuel load. In fact, I'll go 80%, because I really don't need a full fuel load. This flight plan will be allegedly 3 hours and 51 minutes, but I don't think it'll be that long. Okay. Yeah, 378 miles.
What's the pushback button?
Shift P.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
No worries. There's so many keybinds to remember, isn't there?
There really is.
I actually thought this was the shortest leg, but it's really not. It's one of the longest. Oh well. This is a 3 hours. It says 3 hours and 51 minutes. Well, it says 2:53 in the sim for some reason. But on little nav map, it says 3 hours and 51. So we'll see. 12:38. I'm just gonna step away for a couple of minutes, and I'll leave the game to load. The mic's going off. I should be back. Very shortly.
Sounds good.
No worries. Do excuse me. I'm just grabbing something quick to eat. I haven't really ate a great deal today. Okie dokie. Mate, if I drank a beer, I'd be asleep within half an hour. It is a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, that's the luxury I have being an interloper.
Yeah.
I'm actually having a beer from North Coaster's neck of the woods.
Oh, right. I was rumming it, yeah. No, alcohol is not my friend, especially when I've probably got another 6 hours.
No.
No. Okie dokie. If everyone's back, I'll take this shit show airborne. Tell me what, let's do a proper takeoff, shall we? There we go. Let's see if I can do this without messing it up. There we go. Yep. Easy peasy. Autopilot worked straight away that time, because I had it on the right setting. I do need to, however, just increase the altitude just a smidge. Maybe just a smidge more than that. That's yeah, okay. I'm going to do this by hand now because the autopilot's not listening to me when I ask it for altitude. So that was closer than I would have liked. Okie dokie. That's a bit better. Now, make sure I'm on the correct fuel tank, which should be left. I'm on a left fuel tank. I'm going to use this tank because it's got an auxiliary tank. Easy, loads of fuel. Off we go. Leg 5 out of 6. 12 hours and 48 minutes into this. Oh, what did I get myself into? Okie dokie. Well, yeah. I'm definitely going to leave it at least a week before I try this again. It depends how I feel afterwards. I don't feel too bad right now, actually. I do need to like get like a. Do you reckon there's budget in the bush rats to like get a chiropractor or some kind of neck guy? Because my neck's not having a lot of fun today. We're loaded from that Myanmar trip that we went on, are we? Well, I haven't seen any of that money yet. Must have got stuck in Zurich, right? Okay. It's got quite a cool trip here, actually. It's mostly straight down the coast, up and around. I don't know why I added a 24 nautical mile. Basically, essentially added 100 miles to a trip that didn't really need 100 miles adding to it. I think it was mainly to go and visit this island. Ah, yeah, it'd be fun. Black Rock's Coconut Brown. Is that some?
Yeah, that's the beer.
Oh, I thought that was some sort of Soviet passphrase to turn a bunch of people into like sleeper agents to wake them up. There's a brewery where I used to live, and they make great beer as well. It's called Bushy's. It's been owned by the same guy from Bushy's Beer, yeah. It's a brewery, and it's fantastic. They make some great beer. And I cannot get it for the life of me anywhere near where I live. And I'm pretty sure I've tried to get it posted to me as well, and alas, no luck. Oh, nice. A couple of people subscribe to my YouTube channel as well. That's nice. I don't know who they are, without going through it and checking it right now. I'll leave that till the end of it. Because I have 3 YouTube channels, right? And the one I'm using for this has only got 9 subscribers. My personal one has 180 for some reason.
Huh.
And the other one I've got has nearly 3,000. And I haven't touched that YouTube channel in years, and it still gets like 20,000 views a month, probably.
Wow.
Of videos we made like 6-7 years ago.
What were you doing on that one?
Building crazy stuff. We had one video that randomly went viral. Somebody ended up on the front page of Reddit. And it got something like 440,000 views in like 3 hours.
Wow.
And then over the next 2 weeks went up to 1.5 million. So I don't know what it's at now. I haven't checked it for years. We had such a good laugh that year. If I'm a celebrity, why is it only 7 people watching me right now on Twitch? and 2 people on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure I'm one of the 2 people on YouTube. It's getting late no matter where you are in the world.
True.
Like the English-speaking world is pretty much going to sleep at this point. all across the world. Like in the UK, everyone's pretty much asleep already. In the US, it's getting like East Coast. It's getting what 5 hours, so it's what 10 p.m., 11 p.m. depending on where you go. So yeah, I suppose it's the further east you go, the further west you go. Sorry, there's more people awake. But it's getting to that point in the world where people are starting to go to sleep now. I'm surprised if there are any people from the UK watching right now. Daylight savings time for tomorrow. Really? That's early, isn't it? I can't remember when we get it. Oh, you know what? I'll think about that later. I don't want to think about it right now. Oh. There's Wyvern. Good man. He's still there. I can't believe that. Just so everyone's aware, I have no reason to complain because Wyvern's been, apart from one leg, he's been there since the start. He took off with me when I started this 13 hours ago. And he ducked out to do something in real life and then came back and started flying with me immediately again, so that's some commitment.
Yeah, and I only saw your post on Reddit about it this morning.
That's just a stupid post. I thought I'll try and get some promotion in before they ban before they delete the comment. No, that wasn't actually the reason. I wanted to see whether anybody else had that problem with their like 600 waypoint flight plan.
I don't think there's many people who need that many waypoints.
No, that's it. I know. I didn't really think about it until a couple of hours afterwards. I was like, yeah, probably. Like I'm one of probably a few that have got that high, that amount of waypoints in a plan. So
that's probably why they're probably not that bothered about trying to optimize it, because there's very few people who's actually going to use that many.
Yeah, I think they will eventually. They'll eventually sort of smooth it out, and then they'll get to those little bits, but it won't be for a while. I think I'll just have to deal with having 100 waypoint flights at a time and just split it up. I suppose it's good because it gives me a chance to have a break. Like there's like an actual real nice split in the flight. Wow. This is quite a large leg, really. Let's see.
Pretty crazy. First group flight I'm doing, and it's a 12-hour or 20-hour one.
Yeah, it is. Already at waypoint number 6. There's 54 waypoints. The longest one is 24 miles. I took this one in quite a lot. I was trying to stick to the coast the entire time. Like, there's a few bits I've avoided. Like, it really doesn't benefit anybody to go right the way round, like, especially Morecambe and Lancaster. But the only thing there is, I mean, that's Haitian, and that's the nuclear power plant right there. There's another golf club there. Wow. I haven't seen any golf clubs actually quite recently. But we're getting to the once we get off this section here, it's about another, I'd say 100 miles or so, 75, 80 miles. Then we're getting back into golf course territory.
I think I'm going to land on this little hill here, and then that's going to be it for me for tonight.
Yeah, no worries, man, no worries. You've done basically half the damn trip.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably the longest I've flown on this at one time. So.
This is my longest time now as well, by a long way already. I think the longest flight I've ever done is 4 hours maybe. I haven't done any long range stuff on the sim yet.
Good luck with the rest of your flight.
Thanks very much, man. Have a good night. See you later.
Thanks, you too. I'll maybe see you tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe if I'm alive. Yeah. See you later, dude.
See ya.
Alright, Ali. Still going. 13 hours in. That was Wyvern, yeah. Wyvern's done basically half of this trip. I am still going, Ali, yeah. I don't know why, but I am. Yeah, I think I'll show you where I am on the map now, man. I go all the way around. Just in the last bits of Scotland now. And the flight plan and the little map there, and then yeah, it's just taking a while. I'll see what I can get out of the cruising speed of this, and just increase it just as much as I can without like just destroying myself on fuel. Let's go for that and see where I am with that. Oh. What do you mean almost done? This is the 5th leg, and I've got another leg after this to do. And if you look at the map on the screen there, I'm still basically in Scotland, and I've got to go all the way down the west coast of England, all the way around until I get to this foot right here. Sorry, until I get to this foot right here at the bottom. So I've got to go all the way down from here. I've got to land one more time at Liverpool, which is that airport there, and then take off over Birkenhead, down the coast of Wales, to Culdrose, which is where I took off from. Long ass time. I've already done, I couldn't tell you how many miles I've done already. I don't know. Over 1,500, I think. I don't know what the kind of mileage is like, to be honest. Oh, I don't think they will, North. I don't think they're interested in stupid people like me doing stupid stuff like this. Oh. Oh. We're in the cruise now. I've tried to speed it up as much as this aircraft will go without redlining it. And I am tired. There's not. The thing is, I can't. Like, if I post that I'm doing this anywhere, it mostly comes across as self-promotion, and that's. I don't really care. Like, it'd be cool to have a whole bunch of people watching and a whole bunch of people taking part, but people have got lives to live, haven't they? My back is actually okay, Ali. It's I keep meaning to. I've got to adjust the chair a little bit. That's a bit too much. That's okay. No, that's back to where I was, but that's fine. I've been enjoying this. I've got a lumbar support somewhere. I think it's over there. I'll go find it if it gets bad, but at the moment I'm fine. Well, this is by far the longest stream I've already done, and it is by far the longest flight I've ever done. And I think overall, once I see the stats afterwards for the stream, I reckon it'll be like I've already got some weird accolade thing came up in the chat about having a whole bunch of people talking at the same time, and like I don't care about stuff like that. But yeah, I know about the self-promotion thing, but I'd rather do it in a way that like people naturally find it, and then like I'm not they get something from me doing that, whether it's just like a little bit of stupid entertainment or like there's a whole bunch of like Twitch streamers and like even YouTubers that I like to have on their I like to have their videos and stuff on just in the background, like not doing anything. I'm not even really listening to them, but they're on in the background anyway. And you know, if I, you know, every time I stream, if like one person looks at the channel, 3 people look at it, 1 person follows, after like a year or so of doing it, that's quite a few people. And I think already for this flight, I think for the time I've been streaming, I think I've had 15 people follow, which is great. Let's just reset that, see if it comes up. Is it going to load at any time today? 16 people, so that's pretty cool. Ah, there's Sections just followed me as well. Thanks very much, man.
Not a problem.
Did it play the sound for you?
No, well, I have the sound turned down, so I'm not getting any feedback through the mic, but I enjoyed the crashing plane.
Yeah. If you mute it, it doesn't count as a view, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
So you don't know what you do is the way you do it is you right-click the tab at the top and click Mute Tab. We'll have the volume on in the window, and it registers as a view, but you don't hear it. But it does. I changed the sound for the for the notifications because I wanted to be different, and it's one of the GPWS callouts from I think an A320. And I haven't heard it yet played because the speaker, the computer that the stream runs on, which all of that runs through, doesn't. I've no speakers on it, so I can't hear it.
Oh, right.
So you promoted me on Reddit. Nothing would change. Well, where did you put me, man? I don't want to get told off for anything. Right. Oh. I'm getting too old for this. 13 hours and 9 minutes. What time is it here? Right now it is 10 past 3 in the morning. And probably got quite a bit to go yet. Hopefully I can get to bed before 9 AM. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, man, that's cool. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't want to do it myself because then, like, I don't want to. Like I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that guy. I'm all for like having loads of people watching and stuff, but I'm not too bothered if they don't. Like that's what I was saying about the sort of organic growth. Oh, Braino's back with the. He's back in the jet.
Nice. I'm in the 339. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just jumped in VR and I didn't know if I'd be able to find you, but it looks like I have.
Nice. Thanks, North. I appreciate that. Oh. This is kind of a stupid thing to do, though, isn't it? Right.
But you have stupid people doing it with you, too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to be the one to say that. I can speak for myself, but...
I'm pretty dumb.
Nah, man, it's cool. You haven't done the whole damn thing.
No, I'm not that dumb.
No, that's it. I'm the only one stupid enough to try this. I just figured, like, how many people have done this, and it'd just be a cool thing to accomplish, and not that it's worth anything in real life, or maybe even in the sim, like within this community of people that do stuff like this. It's just something I wanted to do. You see loads of people doing round the world flights, like Volkan's doing one. He hasn't completed it yet, but a lot of people have completed round the world flights. And I've never tried anything like this. So I want to do a round the world flight, but it's going to be completely different than your traditional round the world flights. Or not completely different. I'm going to be going round the world, but I'm going to do it differently. And I haven't seen anybody like go around like it seemed like something that I could do and I could try it, and the more I thought about it, the more I wanted to do it, and then I just decided to do it.
Well, you've got me seriously considering doing a Michigan coast.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know. I think that the upper and lower peninsula together, though, are like 3,000 miles, so I don't think I want to do both of them at the same time.
All right then. Yeah, that's quite
crazy.
Yeah, that's quite a long time now. Where am I heading now? Okay, this coast is not that interesting. I think that's the reason it's just big long straight lines and I'm not going too far into the coast. Like the beaches, they look kind of cool. But I mean, what I could have done is like popped it out and had go along that island. But even then, it's not super interesting around here. There's a few areas further down. I think I've gone a lot closer. Yeah, I have there, and then straight over, and round the island. So, oh, Michigan's a lake, isn't it? That's what threw me off there. I was thinking Michigan coast. What are you talking about? But it's Lake Michigan, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, there's more than one. More than one lake. Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario, but Ontario is not really included in the coast of Michigan.
That's a cool idea. That is a cool idea. I like that. I'm definitely going to set up a bush flight for Scotland, though. I didn't realise, like, there's some really, really, really solidly brilliant terrain up there.
It looked like it, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd never even considered it as a place to do like a bush flight in MS in Flight Sim. So that's going to be a thing because I've spotted a couple of really good areas.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
like I said earlier morning, I didn't realise it looked so good, so I'll be back for sure.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's partly to do with the world update, but it looks really good. Yeah, Michigan, Huron, and Superior.
Yeah, and he said Erie's barely there on the lower peninsula.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there's not really a huge amount going on this coast. It's not like super interesting or anything. It's all kind of barren and stand by.
Like farms and such, what?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a like a nuclear power station further down. Not quite here, but there's a couple of them actually. We'll be going past another one shortly as well. I think there's 2 more. 3 maybe.
Huh.
We done Doomray. We done the one on the east coast, which I forget what it's called now because with T. We're going to be going past Sellafield, and we're going to be, which was the first commercial nuclear reactor to generate power in the world. Sellafield.
Wow.
And then we're going past Tahitiam A and B, which is the largest nuclear power station in the UK.
There was a nuclear power station close to where I did a lot of my flight training, and I always would have assumed beforehand that would be restricted airspace, but
yeah.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Right then. Well, I mean, you try a GA plane is not going to make any difference to a nuclear reactor, is it?
No, they're hardened, way harder than that. But I just thought, somebody, I just thought for sure, especially after 9/11, places like that are gonna be restricted, but it's not even on the map.
Yeah, I was in Las Vegas, 2010 or something like that. And even then, they were going on and on about all the modifications they'd made because of 9/11. Like, they were building another bridge so you couldn't drive over it just in case of like IEDs and stuff. So it's
yeah. Yeah, I remember loads of stuff happened, but they tested like flying jet fighters into the concrete walls that surround the the containment structures of nuclear power plants at like Mach 2, and there's nothing left of the aircraft but the wingtips afterwards. Holy shit, Ali! You don't need to keep giving me money. Not that I don't appreciate it. It's very cool, but you don't need to. Seriously. Thank you. Thanks, man. That's really nice of you, man. That's put me in a good mood. I was already in a good mood, to be fair, but thank you, mate. He's a nice guy. I like Ali.
And just to butt in on what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, sorry.
About I'm not a streamer or a content creator by any means, but organic growth I think is the way it's got to be done. Otherwise, people will lose interest quick as well.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I wanted to do it sort of organically. If somebody likes, if someone can stand listening to me talk, then fine. Hopefully, I've got something good to say. I like interacting with people. That's a lot of I just enjoy that. I don't have a problem. I used to get a bit of stage fright back in the day, but I don't know. I haven't really been scared of anything since about 2003 sometime. Just nothing's come up that's been that intimidating. Maybe it's my I don't know. It's just I just enjoy it. It's fun. That's actually pretty cool.
I'm coming from the perspective of most of the stuff that I watch on TV in my lounge room is on YouTube.
Yeah, same.
I don't really watch free-to-air TV. I mean Netflix, but mostly just I've got a huge selection of YouTubers that I follow.
Oh.
And the ones that I've been with for years are just the straight up honest ones. Like, this is what we do. We have fun doing it, so we video it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. We're at golf course 18, I think, or 19. I don't know whether that's 2 separate ones here. Macrahanish golf course, the dunes, and then the links. I don't know whether that's technically 2 separate ones, but I'll count it as one. I think that's 19. 19 golf courses we've seen on the way past.
That is crazy.
Tiki, how many hours you been on for? Right now, I'm up to 13 hours and 19 minutes. So a fair amount. Yeah, that's a lot of time, isn't it? And I have got. Let's have a look at the map. That's too far. Just taken off from basically Oban in Scotland, and I'm on this 300 this whole leg down to Liverpool EGGP is 378 miles. And then after that, the last leg, finally, will be from Liverpool down to Culdrose, where I took off from 13 hours ago. Just there's this leg, and then there's one more after it, and then I can go to sleep. But until then, I've got to see it through. I'm here now. I don't want to have got this far. And like, Tiki also crashed on me again. Just coming into land at Oban, so I spawned back in on one of the other guys who was flying with me, and then I redid the landing. I didn't crash the aircraft, the actual simulator crashed to desktop. Redid the landing, then restarted it from there, so that's the second time it's done that to me during this stream. It's crashed twice now, one just coming into Humberside and one coming into Oban. I think it was, what was the airfield called? It's next to Oban.
It was Campbell something, wasn't it?
Yeah. I can't think of it now. That airfield anyway. But went round all the north coasts. All the way around. Avoided one or two of the islands because they're not part of the mainland Great Britain. But we'll get there. Hopefully it doesn't crash coming into the London Liverpool, because I'm really looking forward to that. We're just approaching the longest single waypoint leg, which is 24 nautical miles. And my FPS has taken a... Yeah, you were there for the first one. Yeah, so at least somebody knows that I did actually start from Culdrose right at the bottom, and I've flown all the way around. Wyvern, who was with me right at the start, he flew the first two legs, missed the third leg, flew the entire fourth leg, and started this one with me. And he's just had to pack up and go to bed because he's tired. He's got to do stuff tomorrow, and it is 3 a.m. for us in the UK. But I'm well impressed that he stuck around. And that's the first time he's joined our group for a group flight, and he messaged me this morning just before my stream saying, is there any live weather settings or anything like that? And I was like, this isn't a proper group flight, but you're welcome to join. And he stuck around for like half of it. I was super impressed with that. He seemed like a nice bloke as well. But hopefully I've got enough energy. I can get a couple of hours sleep after this, then wake up again, and we've got another group flight 8 p.m. Well, it's 8 p.m. today now. So... You're going to be awake for another 6 hours? Yeah, I think I'm going to be at this rate. So it'll be just 3:30. Oh, who knows? I can't even calculate it in my head right now. 9 a.m. maybe I'll get to sleep. Oh, yeah, my head just like I can't do simple math anymore. I'm going to have to, at this point, I'm going to have to increase my altitude by a few hundred feet. Let's go up to 1400. I've got big vertical speed mode. There we go. Let's just do that.
Pretty happy with the flight model of this jet. I mean,
Yeah.
I know it's supposed to be a supersonic jet anyway, but it's just, I'm doing reasonably easy job of just flying behind you guys.
Yeah, which variant are you in? Because there's two. There's the Air Force variant, and then there's like the Frise Tricolore or something. There's the Air Show variant, and the Air Show variant handles so much better.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one. I'm in the standard military trainer variant.
Okay.
I'm just flying flat down, like 30% throttle.
Oh, nice.
Looks like you got full flaps down.
Yep.
Yeah. Am I actually climbing? Yeah, I am climbing. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. No, crap. Just randomly added a waypoint to myself. That's not an actual waypoint in the game. I'm going to descend back down. He's in a 339. It's an Aramaki, an little Italian jet, little single-engine jet trainer. Really nice. It's a really nice aircraft to fly. Actually, it's a really cool aircraft. I've always been a bit of a fan of those little single-engine military trainers. Like my favourite one is obviously the Hawk, because it's the British one. The BAE Hawk, and But I like all of those ones. They're great little aircraft. I'm glad I increased my altitude now. It absolutely would have impacted the terrain, mate.
Yeah, I'm a bit above you. I thought for sure you were heading into the side of a mountain.
Yeah. I know where the flight plan's laid out, but when I did this bit, I wasn't sure the altitude, the land, like how high the actual hill was. So I thought on approach I'll just increase by a couple of 100 feet. I can go back down now. Yeah, it's a good Tiki. It's a good jet. Like I've got it as well. I haven't flown it a great deal actually. A little bit when I was flying with Big Lanky. And that's when we discovered the difference between the two. One's an air show, so it can turn a lot nicer. But they're really cool. We also noticed a couple of weird things. So if we parked both together on the ground at the same point. If I open my canopy, his model, the canopy will also open. So it's like everything. So if you do something that affects the way the model looks on your version, on his version, it'll mirror it. So it doesn't matter what he does. But for him, it won't actually open the canopy.
Wow, okay.
So it's just the way the model works. I don't know whether it still does that. But I know it did do that when we were playing with it, and that was a couple of months ago. Hey, Musa. It's 3 AM. What are you doing up? You should be in bed, asleep. Like I should be. But I'm here flying a stupid plane.
I haven't checked this yet, but I have a vague recollection of being a young kid at air shows that this aircraft was also used by the Australian Air Force as a trainer, and then also as like an air show airplane. Like we had what are they called? Like Blue Angels kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the aerobatic display team aircraft type. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's so many single engine jet trainers though. There's so many of them. Tiki, this is designed for this kind of running though. I mean, if you think about it, like right now, it's like I've been running for 13 hours. The aircraft's been on essentially. But think about the time between overhauls. They're kind of designed to do this kind of running. Excuse me. Probably not 13 hours straight. You'd land it after a couple of 3-4 hours. Would be kind of 5 hours. I think would be about the maximum you'd want to travel in one single leg in a curve. And you'd let it cool down. You'd check your oil, top up if necessary, start it up, off you go again. The time between overhauls is a couple of 100 hours. I'd actually have to have a look because I'm not sure what the time between overhauls is. But
I think it's more than that. Even between inspections is 50 hours for the most part.
Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, it should just run like a car engine. You don't, like, strictly speaking, you don't check the oil every time you get in it. I know I don't. I know that's a lot less. I know that's a lot less critical, because if your engine breaks down, if you're driving down the road, then you're going to roll to a halt. No big deal, But if you're in a piston engine aircraft, then potentially you're going in the drink.
Yeah, I want to say overhauls is more like on the order of 1,000 hours.
Yeah, I would have said that as well. Musa, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to aircraft. I've always known. One of the jobs I've done has been two of the jobs I've done have been aviation related. One was in the British Army as an aviation ground crew, and then one was at an actual airport. And I've always loved aircraft, and for whatever reason, I just absorb this kind of weird information, and it doesn't ever really help me in any other aspect of life other than playing a simulator. That's it. Yeah,
I can relate to aviation background, and when I was a sort of teenager, early 20s, my grandfather used to take me to air shows, and they were in the Australian Air Force, and my other grandfather was in the British Air Force, so
yeah, I
just knew all the specifications of an F-15 Eagle before I knew how to drive a car,
Yeah, the same with me. I had this massive book that my mum got me, and it was like, like 2.5 inches thick, hardback, A4 size pages, and it had like aircraft information from like anything you could think of, civilian, military, but I had cutaway drawings of everything as well, and I loved that book. What's an A&P? Someone's going to have to explain.
Airframe and power plant. It's a mechanic.
Oh, cool. Cool. I'm not. I wish I'd gone down that road, but I didn't. Airframe and power plant. That's very cool. There's another guy who is, I'm pretty sure it's airframe and power plant. In our Discord, this guy called Moose. He comes and flies with us a lot.
Oh yeah, I remember Moose.
He's frequently putting images of his airfield and the cool stuff he's seen, like. He's put loads of cool images in from the aircraft he's seen. Anatomy and physiology.
Yeah, that was one of my classes. Yeah. No thanks.
Regional jets. What kind of regional stuff then? Is it like Embraers or Q400s, or it's going to be turbine stuff either way, isn't it? Or either turboprops or like the only things I can think. That's the things I can think of, like CRJ 100, Q400. Well, it won't be probably not ATR. Any kind of dashes. Why can't I think of any regional jets right now? Like CRJ, I can think of an Embraer 175, 195. I mean, what other regional jets are there?
In Australia, regional aircraft would be something like a Dash 8.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, Q400. Yeah, CRJ 200, 700, 900, and Embraer 145s. 145s. That's the one I was missing. The one with the engines right at the tail. I've been on them a few times. I watched a guy snap a nose wheel on one of them. Because they've got like a limit, when they're pushing back with the tow bar, they've got a limit of how far they can go. And they've got a little marking. It's massive red marking on the nose wheel all the way up. And so it's pretty damn clear when you're approaching it. And he went way past it. And then we took the tow bar off, and it wouldn't recenter. And the captain got very annoyed. And we had to pull it back, and everyone had to be disembarked, and they had to. I'm not sure what they did with the aircraft. Did they? I think they might have done a gear down flight away, because they got it working. Yeah, I can't remember now. Dash 8's a cool one. I've been on a bunch of Dash 8s. I've got a gun box actually, a custom made gun box from a Dash 8 300 behind me. And down there somewhere, I'll dig them out at one point. The little, like the beverage, the little square beverage aluminium boxes. I've got one of those. I did have a full catering trolley at one point, but I sold that to somebody, and I should have put it on eBay because I could have got about 500 quid for it. I'm a genius. Missed out on that. That's a very cool looking livery on your plane. But it's got two engines, so I'm not really interested. I like living on the edge, you see.
I think this is just the Flight Simulator Aviators Club one.
It doesn't look like that to me. It's like black and green.
Oh.
Where are we, user? We are currently in Scotland. So on the stream there's a second little map just above my head. So if I zoom out, then my aircraft is the yellow one where the cursor is, and that's where I am. And I've got to basically fly all down the coast to Liverpool, which is there, and then from Liverpool, this is the fifth leg. From Liverpool, I've got to fly south down the Welsh coasts to Culdrose, which is basically Land's End. Oh, so right now, okay, I'm the closest place I am Kilmarnock. Still deep into Scotland. I'm trying to zoom it in so you can see some of the text, but you won't be able to see it. Still deep into Scotland at the moment. I can't. I'm doing a coastal trip. I've got to fly around the entire coast of the UK in under 24 hours. And if I go on random jaunts to other places, I'm never going to get it done. There's another island here that I'm going around, but I'm trying to stick to the coast and go right the way around it. I don't want to, like I didn't, now I think about it, I really wanted to skip and go across, but I'd missed like this, 60-mile coastline. Well, I'm going to be landing in Liverpool. I'm going to be landing at Liverpool Airport. And that's the refuel. That's the last refueling stop before off to Culdrose for that's the final leg. And I'm already tired. What's my fuel like? Still good.
I snapped my wings off, and
Did you?
Unfortunately, in the plane, it's launched you at 24,000 feet. So I've got to try and find you those again.
Oh, I see you. You're not that far away. It says you're at 1,000 feet, plummeting towards the ground.
Yeah.
And you are off to our sort of southeast. Sorry. So we would be, northwest for you.
All right, cool. Fine. That was again.
Lanky, I couldn't tell you, like 70% maybe, I want to say. At the very least, I'm 2/3 through it. But it's taken its time. I'm still in Scotland. I've nearly cleared Scotland now. Maybe 150 miles to go to clear Scotland, and then I'm back in England, and then what have I got on this trip? Remaining 267 miles on this leg. So I've got at least another 2 hours left on this leg, and then potentially about another 3 for the last leg. So 6 hours. Oh.
And VR definitely has its limitations in this game with regards to graphical fidelity and frame rate, but
Yeah.
it's hella fun. Like I've got the weather set to live weather, just different time, about 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And the water, the seas are all rough, and there's like white caps breaking on the seas and stuff. It's amazing.
Oh, cool. I will. Like, I'm going to go through. I definitely want to buy a VR headset, but it won't be for a while yet. I don't think. I don't like even for this setup will probably run it, but it won't be at a frame rate that I would really enjoy as much.
Yeah, and to tie back to what we were saying about honesty in streamers, if you watch like all the paid streamers who do like Quest 2 and VR reviews,
Yep.
the guys like, yeah, I'm doing like a 1080i and I'm getting 60 frames a second in 4K. They're all lying.
Yeah, I know. I'm not stupid. It's.
I'm running a 10th
It's just-
gen i7 at about 5.3 gigahertz and a 3070 that's factory overclocked.
Yeah.
And I'm not showing my frame rate because I really don't want to know, but it's not great.
No. In VR, you're essentially rendering 2 different screens at probably a higher resolution than one 1080p monitor. So of course your frame rate's going to be lower.
Yeah, I normally fly in like I guess 1440p you'd call it.
Yeah,
On my
yeah.
monitor. And it's like butter in that. It's amazing.
Yeah,
But the immersion is incredible.
yeah. I mean, it's fine with me on 1080p. Absolutely fine. Smooth as you like. Looks really good. But yeah, I don't believe a word. There's a guy. There's just some of it I just don't believe, because I know they're being paid to advertise a product. And they're not going to badmouth the product if that company's giving them money. So I just can't take them seriously.
Yeah.
And it's annoying that it's like
probably
that.
my old eyes, but like up close in the cockpit, everything is just amazing. It's just the draw distance really drops off versus flat screen.
Yeah, I imagine that must be a... Should have turned a lot sooner than that, but it's done it now, so... Excuse me. That's a good view, isn't it? Cracking lens flare and bloom and stuff. Okay, that was the longest single waypoint leg complete. Breathe a bit of relief after that. I'll take the headset off for 2 seconds and rub my ears. There we go. Ticky, I worked as the shop bitch in a local flight school, then went to A&P school, now do maintenance and fueling. That's the way everyone begins though, isn't it? You got to start at the bottom, and the more you go up, the less shit falls on you. Yeah. Until you're being paid enough that you can afford an umbrella. This is a really cool bit of just a random island. I like it.
Yeah, there seems to be like some lakes and stuff as well near where I'm flying at the moment. Inland looks amazing.
Yeah. Let's quick fuel check. Yeah, I haven't. Like I'm not even using the. I put 80% fuel in it this time with the auxiliary fuel tank. I still haven't got into my main fuel tanks yet.
With the next thing that happens to me, I haven't even found the fuel gauge yet. Oh no, wait, there it is.
All gone.
It's a cracking looking cockpit though.
Yeah, it's good in that aircraft. I'm looking forward to the quality of work into them, like the working title. The level of detail in that is just fabulous, and I'm looking forward to more of that level of detail in aircraft in the sim. Like, because if a group of guys can go and do that and basically hand it out for free, that's a pretty impressive. That's a pretty impressive amount of. I'm just looking forward. Like, as the sim matures, there's going to be more and more stuff like that. There's going to be more groups that pop up and kind of offer their stuff for nothing.
Oh yeah, and it's all the stuff that was probably on Microsoft Asobo's to-do list before launch that they just never got around to, like having options to have like the brand new cockpit or the weathered cockpit and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and not to mention, you know, doors and windows and things that open, vents that open, stuff like that.
Mhm. Yeah, I've got to have a go at that properly. I haven't really done a great deal with it, to be honest.
It is surprisingly enjoyable just taxiing with the cockpit cabin or cockpit roof thing, whatever you call it, open.
Yeah. Or the canopy.
Yes, thank you. That's the word we're looking for.
I'm surprised I even remember that word right now. No. There are hints that the new update will include a new plane. Yeah. I'd not heard anything like that, but that would be quite interesting. I know the working title guys who were doing that really incredible A320. are now employed by Asobo and Microsoft, and all of the stuff that they do is going to be included in the sim from now on for free. So that's pretty damn cool. But I haven't heard anything about a new aircraft. That'd be good. I mean, I'm all in for extra stuff.
What sort of aircraft do you reckon it'd be?
I couldn't tell you what is missing in the sim. The only things I can think of is something regional sized. There's something regionally like in that kind of size bracket that's missing. They're smaller than an A320 but larger than a Caravan. And I kind of hope they do that. I'd love them to put like I'd love them to put a twin otter in it, if I'm honest, or some kind of little tiny twin turbine aircraft.
To see like an Asobo made float plane of some sort as well.
Other than the Icon, yeah.
Yeah, I can't get down with the Icon. It looks like a toy.
No, yeah, that's it. Like we've been well, what's the word? We've been memeing on that all afternoon. So because there's was it who else was flying? Was it Tiki? Was it you flying it? And we were taking the piss? I can't remember now. It's been a long day. 13 hours and 46 minutes. Not doing too bad. The CRJ 700 would be kind of cool. I've wanted a twin otter since I've seen the sim. I've wanted a small twin-engined turboprop like a Let 410 or a twin otter since the sim came out. I'd love like a short Skyvan, something like that. Any kind of those small boxy twin turboprops, little small twin turboprops would be fantastic. Q400 would be great, but I'd settle, and for any Dash 8. I'd love a Dash 7 as well, a much larger, like brilliant STOL regional aircraft.
What about, I'm still obsessing over seaplanes, but what about, I'm trying to think of the name of it. You know the one that was sent out to rescue Flight 19, the Bermuda Triangle story?
Like a Catalina?
Yeah,
something like that.
PBY Catalina.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool. But there's already a Grumman. There's the Grumman Goose that someone converted. It's not that great at the moment. It still needs a lot of work, but the guy converted it over and made everything work for free, essentially. So there's not too much complaining to be done. It's an extra aircraft that's kind of cool. But yeah, I know what you mean though. A big flying boat would be very cool. Short Sunderland, that would be very cool. I think that was the one I was used to like as far as flying boats. There was the Catalina was probably my favourite, followed by the Short Sunderland. There is a company working on a Q400, is there? I've seen random screenshots of some guy creating one, but the screenshots look, to be quite frank, they look pretty dreadful. Like the model isn't quite right. He's clearly putting in a lot of effort, but it's still not. It's not going to be the same. Well, I don't know. It's early days, isn't it? There's a guy in our. I don't know whether you've seen Tiki. There's a guy in our Discord who's creating a Piper J3 Piper Cub. And the level of detail he's put in it, you want to see, go scroll back up and look at the screenshots he's put in of like the tail wheel and stuff. Like the spring-loaded tail wheel. It just looks amazing. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Nearly 14 hours. Flying over.
Yeah, you're a beast, man.
Oh, I'm tired. Stevenson and West Kilbride. Now we're getting into more. See, look at the quality of the scenery there. Does that not look amazing? Like the level of detail. look at that. That looks absolutely spot on, that. It does. But that's the level of detail in this sim. That's why you need to get it, Muser. You come and learn to fly. I'm trying to get as many people as I can. I've already got 2 people to reinstall it. But bearing in mind it's 156 gigabyte. Not including the 1 gigabyte for Steam installer. It doesn't matter if you'd be bad at it. It's all you learn how to do it. You'd be absolutely fine. I promise. I'm trying to get my friend Major Parr to do it as well, and he's never played a he's never played it. He's never played a flight sim. And I'm trying to get him to get it because he streams. And I'm trying to get him to get it and learn on stream because I think that'd be quite entertaining to watch. From his point of view, it'd be great. Me trying to teach him how to fly a plane. And I've flown flight sims since I don't know. It was I'm pretty sure the Berlin Wall was still up when I started playing flight sims. And to watch somebody go and play a flight sim who's never played a flight sim before, I think would be an entertaining experience. Just put a bad joystick in front of him and then go, there you go. There's the throttle. Pull back to go up, press down to go down. Left and right work as expected. And then just watch him pilot into the ground on takeoff. But it's a simulator, so you can get away with doing stuff like that. Yeah, I think I have at this point, actually, Tiki. I've, like, this one guy who's in the stream before, I've been trying to convince him to get it for a while, and I think he's just done it now. He's just got it, and it was installed. It was 156 gigabytes, and it's going to take him like 6 days to download it because of terrible internet. There is, I guess I'm trying to get my streamer friend Mage Parr to do it. Whether he will or not, who knows? But everybody I talk to, I always try and get them to do it, just because of the level of quality. Like, I would have never have done that with FSX. Because it was kind of like you really had to be into it to fly like a full-blown flight sim. Then the detail wasn't enough to bring people in, but now you can fly over your home and your house exists in the game. I mean, look at that, it looks fantastic from here. And I think that's enough to draw quite a lot of people in. And to get them to repeatedly play it, and to potentially learn how to actually fly. It was. I mean, at the time, it was great. I loved it. It's like I'm talking about this now. I probably said the same things when I first saw that. I was like, wow, look how realistic it looks. But we say that about every new generation of game that comes along, and who knows what's going to be next. It might be something even more incredible. I'm not quite sure how it can be, but that's just the way it goes, isn't it? Like, we might, in 10 years' time, see another flight sim game and go, wow, I can't believe we ever played FS 2020. It was so bad compared to this, and we all need to run a, NVIDIA RTX 9 7000,490 Ti to play it, because it's 10 years from now, and the way they're numbering schemes, it's going to increase that quickly. Like a 1990 Ti or something. And we might say exactly the same thing about it then. Did I skip an entire town here in the waypoints? I did. There's an airfield there. We are coming down to Stranraer, and then very shortly after that we're going to be outside of Scotland and back in England for like the last bit. Well, it's still like 500 miles to go yet, 600 miles. What kind of distance have I got left on this? Distance remaining on this section, this leg, 231 miles remaining. So that's about an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my future 1990 Ti. That's it. We have no idea what's coming. We don't know what's in the future, and we might look back at this and say, "Oh my God, this was terrible. Look how bad it was compared to this new thing." But I don't think it is. I mean, the only reason the sea looks as smooth as it does right now is because of the weather settings. In fact, what I'll do is I'll put on a few clouds and see if we can get the waves to come up. There we go. A bit more texture on the sea now. I just want it nice and clear for viewing. The closest you've been to a flight sim is that. You need to have a go. You need to play this. Like, get Microsoft Game Pass is £1 at the moment for a month or however long it is, and just download it and try it for a couple of weeks and come flying, and then you can cancel the subscription and upload it again. The install is, I think, it's about, the whole thing is about 156 gigabytes at the moment. But that's increasing every time a little bit because they do updates and it adds a lot of extra content to the game. It's like yeah, gigabytes. It's a big game, and it also doesn't actually download everything to your hard drive. It streams a lot of the data over the internet. You don't even have 100. Well, delete Rainbow Six Siege. That's shit. Actually, no, don't. It's fun. It's a big game. yeah. The majority of the actual terrain data, as you're seeing now, this is streamed over the internet. The base game includes an entire model of the world with really low poly graphics. So if you don't have an internet connection, you can still fly, and the aircraft still look the same. But the terrain isn't quite as pretty as this. So all the weather effects are the same, but like the individual satellite data for the fields, the satellite overlay isn't included. You get a much lower quality version of that. After I get out of this, I'm going to somebody remind me, but I'll check how much data has been downloaded. Because I think last month, just flying around and playing this game, I think I downloaded 56 gigabytes or something, just streaming data. May have had something to do with an update as well, but that's still a lot. We only have two 500 gigabyte hard drives, or two 500 gig SSDs. Well, that's where I got you both beat there. I've got a 500 gig, a 250 gig, and a 1 terabyte as the main NVMe. I've got another, somewhere around here, I've got another 256 gig M.2, which I've got a slot there ready for it, but I've just never put it in. And it wouldn't take me more than 10 seconds to just fit it right there. There's an old airfield as well. As if that's not an airfield.
Yeah, it looks exactly like an airfield.
Yeah, that probably will have been an old airfield at some point. But now, guess what? It's a golf course. That's like golf course number 20 or 21. An old airfield turned into a golf course. What a complete waste. Fantastic scenery though.
It's amazing. From what I can see, for all the ice on the
Yeah, Siege is quite a big game as well, isn't it? That's just 60 odd gigs by itself. That was actually a really cool bit of terrain there. I can't remember where that is. I was just down from
Looks
Prestwick.
like there's a VOR there too.
Hey?
Looks like there's a VOR there as well. TRN.
Oh yeah, there is, yeah. You're right. Turnberry. Vordiemi. Yeah, okay. That's kind of cool. Sad times, music. Of course, yeah, one of the hard drives is pretty much full of, I imagine it'd be some kind of furry porn, if it's you. Sorry. I'm not here to kink shame anybody. No, I know, I was taking the piss, don't worry. I remember when people used to complain about how big GTA 5 was when they downloaded it. That was like 45, 50 gigabytes when it first came out, something like that. And people were jumping off roofs about how angry they were about, oh my god, why is this game so big? And now, like, us lot download 156 gig of flight sim data and then like another, 12 gig update once a month that just keeps adding to the size of the base game, and you go, oh well, I guess I'll just buy another SSD, no big deal.
Well, what about like Call of Duty? I mean, Call of Duty has updates that are 90, 100 gigs, something like that.
It's kind of stupid. I think they basically replaces the entire game each time they do an update because of the way the game's built, which is kind of like annoying. But I don't.
Well,
I tell you what, I haven't played any of the Call of Duty games for like the last 10 years.
I've played the Warzone.
Oh yeah.
The most recent one. You can play Warzone for free, but you still have to do the 100 gigabyte, downloads each time it updates, and you're making Sophie's choice on your PlayStation of what game you delete to be able to play it. So
is Warzone's free? Is it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, that's why it's got so many cheaters on it then. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like where's the oh, again, I'm forgetting words. I'm forgetting stupid words that I should know. Where's the sort of, why would you not cheat at that point if it's free? What have you got to lose?
Right.
Okay, you maybe burn an email address from having to download the damn game, but I mean, you just set up a new email
there's no
address
consequence to it.
Yeah, that's it. I am malfunctioning, Muser. I've been malfunctioning for a good hour and a half now. It's 4 a.m. I've been streaming for a solid 14 hours and 3 minutes. I potentially have another 4.5 hours, 5 hours to go. For whatever reason, my stream has just died on that machine. Nope, we're all back. We're all back and working again. We're all good. Oh, I'm dropping a few frames there. Ooh, this is the first time I've dropped frames. My apologies. I am dropping a few frames, so if you can still hear me, I'm sorry. I've got a bit of an internet problem. It's coming back. It is coming back gradually. Maybe not. Oh no, bad times. Can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yep, I hear you.
It's back, I think it's back to normal now, but it's randomly my internet connection is just randomly dropping. So it's doing it again now as well. This is not good. I've got to quickly check that because it shouldn't be doing it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Muser. It's my internet's just randomly dying. It's working most of the time. Like right now, it's green and going fine. I think it's just a random problem of having my internet connection rather than the stream itself. So I apologise. Everything seems to be back and fine now. Okay, I'll have to keep an eye on that. That's a cool area. I'm not stopping. I'm stopping for fuel. I don't have unlimited fuel. So what I've done is I've set it up so I've got 6 stopping points, and I'm coming up to the 5th one, I think, in Liverpool. That's my next destination. But I'm basically starting with full fuel tanks in a cargo cub. So I start with full fuel tanks, and in this particular model, there's an auxiliary fuel tank connected to the left fuel tank, and you get like, 6-7 hours of endurance with this aircraft. I apologise. I'm sorry, man. I miss your message a little bit. There's a few other messages after yours, and we kind of buried it there for a second. But yeah, I'm not using unlimited fuel. I feel that's kind of cheating. Plus, I need breaks. I need to run and use the bathroom and whatever and get a drink. I can feel my head getting a bit fuzzy now. Where am I? Oh, we are coming up to Stranraer. We are indeed. When we come around here, might be able to see Snaefell on the Isle of Man. Oh, there's Nessie. Bit far away from home, but Alright, so on this leg of this journey, remaining miles, 203 miles on this leg to get to Liverpool, and then from Liverpool, the last flight plan takes us to Culdrose. It's getting mighty warm up there now.
I think I might land up here at EGOY. I gotta go to bed. I got hockey early in the morning.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks very much for coming along, though.
Yeah.
I'll carry on as long as I can now. See if anybody else joins. that's pretty cool. EGOY?
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah, I see
it's
it,
not too far up.
Yeah, I see it. I haven't got too long to go. I got to see this through now. I'll see it through. I've got this far. Might as well continue. There we go. 11 gallons of fuel an hour at the moment, and I've got enough easily to make it for 2 hours, so that's all I need to get to Liverpool. I might actually just in yeah, there we go. Got a little bit more speed. I don't have to. Fuel's free in the sim. So. Oh, Braino's still there. Sorry, man, I didn't realise you.
Oh yeah, I've pressed my airframe a couple of times and to respawn a couple of times.
I'm speeding up just a little bit. Maybe you might be able to stay at a more appropriate speed for that aircraft.
Oh, it's not you, it's me manoeuvring at 400 knots.
Oh. This is just tearing the wings off it each time, is it? You still there, Musa? You buggered off.
As well. Now that I've respawned in the same aircraft, it seems to have removed the camera targeting heads-up display, which is actually good.
Yeah.
You must be able to toggle it on and off somehow.
Oh. I'll have to have a look at that as well. Why do all my computers need a Windows update right now? I hate the way they do that. It's full of cuteness. Okay, I'll check that out. Alright. There we go. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Yeah. Nice. Oh, don't tell me it's dropping out again. No. No, okay. Oh, I can hear jet engines screaming.
I may have just overshot you a little bit.
I just heard this random weird noise and yep, jet engines. I don't know where you are. Did you die?
No, I just overflew you.
I don't see you
I'm at
anymore.
like I'm to your left and high.
Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, just coming to the passing Stranraer. Not a massive distance away from Liverpool now. Okay. Tired. 4 a.m.
I feel like we should have had a Guinness World Record authenticator in a plane flying along with you.
No, it costs to get those people. I've made that inquiry before about certain things. If you want an official like adjudicator, they charge you for it.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised.
You don't have to have an adjudicator though. For most things, you can, as long as you've got loads of video evidence and stuff, they normally accept that. Okay. 4 knot. Oh, pretty much a 4 knot tailwind. That'll do. That'll speed the next sort of section up a little bit. No worries. Thanks very much, Musa. Oh, don't kick the rudder pedals like that and break the tail off the aircraft. Thanks very much for coming. Hopefully I'm still awake to finish this off.
Alright, I'm headed off myself. Take it easy.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks very much.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your flight.
Cheers, man. No, wrong. just bring that Microsoft development update thing up. I want to have a look and see if that. Oh yeah, CRJ. Yeah. Not that interesting. Should we be making a turn now? Even the shadows look great as well on the turbines there.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with this UK cinema.
Yeah. I haven't really done. They look a bit too close together, to be honest. I haven't done that much flying in the UK since the update, but it's been fantastic. I haven't. There's been a few stupid little things, but I think it's kind of down to satellite imagery rather than anything else. But it's been incredible. Hi Jazz, yeah, back again. Yeah, started the south travel. Not that far away from Liverpool now. Got a bit of a turn here to go basically up towards Stranraer and then up the coast, Carlisle. Still in Scotland right now, not far away from being back in England. And then not that far to Liverpool for the final stop before the last leg and the home stretch. And so maybe 4 more hours, hopefully. I can do another 4 hours. 4 hours is easy. I'm not going to lie though, I really want to go to bed.
Yeah, it's hardly surprising.
It's not so much like I've stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning before now. It's not that's not the bit that's difficult. The bit that's difficult is sat here and watching the damn plane the entire time. Trying to stay like awake and semi-concentrated. And not yeah, it's we were talking about, I didn't, was it, section that was on before, we were talking about flying around Michigan, the coast of Michigan, all around the lakes and stuff. It's like the longest coastline in the world. Right now, I can honestly say I don't really fancy that. But who knows what will happen in a week when I go, oh, let's do that again, that'd be great fun. I'd like to do like a down the east coast or down the west coast of the US. That'd be quite cool. I think it was section that was on before. Or maybe not section. The pilot formerly known as Goat Rider. I don't think he's not on right now. Let's have a look.
Which was a better call sign.
Pardon?
Goat Rider was the premium call sign, though.
Yeah, that was.
Negative Goat Rider, the paddock is full.
Yeah. The paddock is full, did you say? I really hope you said paddock and not pattern.
No, I did say paddock. That was the joke.
Nice. Yeah. 'Cause that's what I heard in my head, and I was like, "Am I going mad? Did he really say that?" Jazz, I'm not sure. He was called Goat Rider, but it's been such a long day. I genuinely can't remember. I'm just having a flick through the Discord because I know he's in here. Wasn't Reese's. It was. Is it Ratio? Stand by. It's taken me a while to read. Recon 3 Alpha. I think he was talking about it. He was on before. He's just departed the flight. But we've had a couple of ideas actually. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was one of the regular guys. He changed his name recently from Goat Rider. His name was Goat Rider in the sim. And the new name just completely, escaped me. I'm pretty sure it was him. Right, so let's have a quick look and see where we are. Okie dokie. We are there. We have got 157 miles remaining, so just over an hour to go to Liverpool. Oh, the thought of having another hour just to get to Liverpool scares me because there's another 3 hours after that to get to Culverose from Liverpool. Let's check on the fuel situation. That is full, and I've started using that tank finally. Say again, sorry?
If that scares you, check your 2 o'clock. You've got someone called Talking Cleavage in a DA62.
Yeah, he's just behind Mad Dog Maria.
Yeah, I saw Mad Dog Maria before and thought it's a tough sounding name. That's where he's in a 152.
Yeah. Whew. Oh, excuse me. Wow. This is killing me. Oh, I will get this done. And then I will go to bed. I will sleep. I can have a crisp though. I've been trying to stay away from them because... Oh, nice. That's so quiet, that aircraft. It should be so much louder.
Yeah, I was thinking that actually.
Yeah.
I am at 0% throttle, but still.
Just having a quick snack, so I'm muting the mic so you don't have to listen to me eat. Oh yeah. get a bit closer to the land now. Get some interesting terrain coming up. Yeah, Jazz, the Isle of Man's just over there, just on my wing there. You can just see it on the horizon. Wonderful place. You should definitely go. And we've got Cockermouth, yeah, there is. Yep. That's an actual real town here. I couldn't tell you exactly where it is. I definitely know it exists, so the borders somewhere, I think. There it is, yeah. Is it going to display for me? I don't know whether you can see that. I don't know how big it is on the screen. But it's definitely there. Wow, the AI traffic is super thin, isn't it? Like 1 KLM flight right there.
It's probably accurate, actually.
Not there. The coastline around here is really cool as well. I'm glad I did this so far. For anybody who's interested or worried or curious, the scenery in the UK is incredible since the update. I did unmute it, didn't I? Yeah.
Yep, I can hear you.
You'd be able to hear me anyway. It's just I've got a separate mic that I use for stream.
Oh yeah.
And so even if I spoke to you, it can't be heard through the stream because it's going through a different computer. Oh yeah, here we go. There's some points of it that I cut over because it was just a bit more interesting to fly like that. Oh, this is great. Look at the scenery here. "14 hours and 34 minutes. Hogs tank is now dry. 12 gallons an hour. 100 miles away. Easy peasy. Let's have a quick look. What is the remaining mileage? Distance remaining, 146. There we go. Actually, did I read that correctly? Yeah, remaining. 146.
Wow, that photogrammetry looking down there is amazing.
It's good, isn't it? Just the whole... It's just perfect from this height, isn't it? Yeah, low tide around here. Looks amazing. Oh. Oh, I know why I did that. If I followed the coastline perfectly all the way around, it'd take me 2 days to make this trip. It's something like 3,100 something stupid miles. At the moment it's like 2412 or something. I'm sorry if I'm quietening up. My throat's getting kind of sore. I've just talked too much.
To quench your thirst with a couple of beers for the next flight.
Yeah. I'll have a beer tomorrow, once I've slept for a couple of hours. I used to pull all-nighters all the time. And frequently I'd be able to power through the next day and go to sleep at a reasonable hour the next day. But there's just no way I can do it anymore. Colour is all wrong on that monitor. Excuse me. I'm going to get the Microsoft Game Pass tomorrow, I think.
If you've got an Xbox, it's definitely worth it.
Well, no, the Game Pass for PC is great as well because there's like, you know, a couple of hundred games you can get. There's like
I've just had it on Xbox, so I haven't really looked at the PC games, but I imagine there's probably a lot.
Yeah, they've just added a load of Bethesda stuff, so Fallout, all the Fallout games are on there, and like Doom and Rage 2, and so you can get Fallout 76. And I never played that because it was apparently a load of well, I mean, it was a load of shit. So I never bothered. I just thought, screw it. But if it's on Game Pass and I'm paying for it anyway, I'll give it a go. If it's terrible, it's terrible. I haven't bought it outright, and at least it'll give me some entertainment for a month. If it's £1 for the first month, I think it's £10 a month after that. But I mean, for the oh, there's another golf course. I think that's 23, 20, 22, 23.
Did you play Fallout 3 or Fallout 4?
I played both of them, yeah.
So you'll be a bit... What I was disappointed about was the scope of how much you can build.
Yeah.
Like with your bases and stuff. Like I spent most of my time in Fallout 4 just building and tweaking my bases until I built as much as I possibly could. There's a lot less stuff to build in 76.
I did that a little bit in Fallout 4, but it wasn't the greatest draw for me, like, because it was okay. I just never got into it to building the bases. Like, there was the city planner thing that I used, the mod. That was pretty cool. And it would allow an NPC to take over and become like the mayor of a town, and that NPC would build the base for you, and I found that kind of interesting. But I never really got super into. Pardon me, I never really got super into the base building. Whereas my next door neighbour actually did. She loves building. On Fallout 4, and still plays it. And goes and checks her bases out and stuff. But it was just never. I don't know why. I love the storyline of Fallout. But the base building thing wasn't, like, it was secondary to me. And I never tried Fallout 4 because apparently so many people said it was just a bit garbage that I just never bothered with it. But if it's on there anyway, I might as well try it out. And I can at least do, storyline. Is the storyline any good?
76 doesn't really have that much of a storyline. It's more like an MMORPG, so you basically just got a whole bunch of random missions and season missions and co-op missions and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. That's a shame. That's a shame. I like that. I like the yeah, I love Fallout 3 and 4 were brilliant. Like, in New Vegas was great. I love that.
I think New Vegas is pretty widely regarded as probably the best of the series.
Yeah, it's a bloody brilliant storyline. Fallout 4's not bad, but New Vegas is great. Excuse me. There we go. That's better. Clear that out a little bit. Oh. Ooh. I made a little webcam cover. Just that I got really bored yesterday and made a little thing that fits right over the top of my webcam.
Nice.
It just covers it up beautifully. It's so stupid. I'm talking utter shite now. I've forgotten how to talk properly.
Seeing a convergence of nameplates probably to your 2 o'clock-ish.
Yep.
Must be something there.
2 rivers, and I can't see the one beginning with R behind it. Oh, there's another 2 over there. Fitbaref has been in the sim for ages, and Ball Grab was there ages ago. Saw Ball Grab hours ago.
Better range of my sidewinders.
Yeah. At this kind of range, you'll probably need AMRAMs. There's Fox 2. AMRAM is Fox 2, isn't it? Sidewinder's Fox 3, because that's heat. Is it Fox 3? Fox 1 is anything that uses the... No. So Fox 1 uses... The missile uses its own radar. Fox 2 uses the aircraft's radar and is guided by the aircraft, and Fox 3 is a heat-seeking. Uses the emission of the other aircraft to lock onto its target. That's how they designate those 3 missile types. I literally only found that out a couple of weeks ago. I didn't realise. I thought the Fox designation was the type of missile, so I thought Fox 3 was just a heat-seeking Sidewinder, and I thought Fox 1 was AMRAM. AMRAM or similar. The AMRAAM is Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missile. The Sidewinder's got a super short range, but like super fast. And there's like far more. There's other massive ones, aren't there, that can smash down a like.
Load of variants on them as well, especially the Sidewinder.
Pardon?
Then there's a load of variants as well, like especially the Sidewinder with your L's and X's and M's and all that.
I imagine there would be. It's a complicated business, war. And there's different aircraft that you need to be prepared to fight against, I suppose, as well, that have differing capabilities. There's like anti-radar missiles. That's HARM. That's a HARM missile, is that anti-radar missile. So that locks onto the radar output of a target, so like a SAM site, for instance, and uses its own radar signature sort of against it to track its precise location. I do love the that's another fascinating thing to read through. Like, I got a book, I tell you what, I got a book a couple of months ago, and I've only read about half of it because the other stuff keeps coming up. But it's really, really interesting, and it's called Ignition, A History of Liquid Propellant Rocket Fuels. And it's this like explosive, this liquid rocket fuel expert, like this professor guy who worked for like Bell Labs or JPL or something like that in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s, looking for liquid rocket fuels. And he writes this book, and the guy's got a hell of a sense of humour. But he's like, they're trying all kinds of stuff, like white fuming and red fuming nitric acids, mixing them with random other chemicals. It's like, you know, they're destroying buildings, they're accidentally blowing stuff up in labs, you know. It's a super interesting book, and they're going through all of these things, all of these methods of trying to get super energetic but safe to use and non-deadly to human, like, liquid rocket fuels. And it's just like interlaced with this really weird dark humour as well. It ends up being really quite entertaining. And I still don't know why I haven't finished the book. I know exactly where it's at right now. But above me I've also got the Saturn V flight manual. Like a reprint of the original flight manual that was given to astronauts when they were selected for the Apollo program. And I love those type of books. So I'm just going to get rid of that out of the way. Get out. My apologies. Right face. That book. Let's go. Attitude and ullage engine control, like the fuel ullage spaces in the fuel tanks. It explains, you know, pogo oscillation and oh, this is great as well. Right, so let's do I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I skipped most of this because
It's a cool little town there, I'm impressed.
yeah, that's is that a track of some kind? Am I losing my mind again? Where is that? Not sure. One of my friends lives in Dumfries, actually. Durham. Whitehaven. Seascale. Yes, we're going to be going right past the Windscale and Sellafield nuclear plants. I don't think Windscale is a thing anymore, but it's called Sellafield, the Sellafield site. It was the site of the world's first ever commercial nuclear power station. It's still operating as well. It was used as a fuel reprocessing plant and the source of the UK's nuclear material for atomic weapons after the Manhattan Project. It was also the site of one of the first nearly nuclear disasters as well. There was a fire in one of the fuel enrichment areas, and the nuclear fuel at that time in this particular plant was air cooled, so it was blown in and blown straight out the top. And they said if there was ever a fire or something bad happened, all that nuclear material would go straight out of these chimneys. So they put these massive filters on the top of these huge chimneys that went straight up, and the guy who came up with it was a guy called Cockcroft, and everyone said, "You're absolutely mad, you don't need them. This is a complete waste of money, what you're doing. There's never going to be anything, there's never going to be a problem." So they were nicknamed, these massive things on top of the chimneys that cost this so much extra money to build, were nicknamed Cockcroft's Follies by the press. And there was 2 of these things, and then I'm not sure what kind of time it was later, but there was this massive fire at this Windscale plant inside the reactor, and they could not get this fire to go out, and they were pumping water into it, and they were pumping as much air as they could to try and get this thing to cool down. And all of this nuclear material that was potentially blown up this chimney was all filtered out, or vast majority of it was filtered out by these things. So they were the press had to sort of not call them Cockcroft's Follies anymore, because they turned out to be like what saved essentially the west coast of the UK from like massive irradiation. I found that really interesting.
Yeah, me too. Just, I mean, as soon as you said air-cooled reactor, I'm like, that just sounds like a recipe for disaster.
It sounds bad, doesn't it, straight away? As soon as I heard it, yeah. But they used, the way they did, so the fuel rods were in these aluminium like containers, and they all had fins like heat sinks on them, and they needed like the process of making the nuclear fuel wasn't fast enough for them, and they needed it to be hotter. So what they did was they basically developed this device to trim off an inch out of each heatsink, just so the actual fuel rods themselves would get hotter without being able to release as much energy. And that's how they got the thing to be hotter. They just cut the fins off. I just found that like it's so like you just like that kind of stuff could never happen now. But it was a job that needed to get done back then, and you know, damn the consequences. It's just so stupid when you think about it. Like, why would you do something just as ridiculous as that? And it was just like, you know, start of the Cold War, and we needed nuclear material to make our own bombs.
Well, that's right. I mean, as I mentioned earlier on about going to Chernobyl, I obviously did a lot of reading and research on that, and then now a lot of people who saw the TV series know the story as well. But it's like, in hindsight, you're like, how could a bunch of people be so stupid? But it happened.
Yep. Yeah. I think about that. It's like, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? And they were unbelievably reckless in what they did. But they never, at the time, they never thought anything could possibly go wrong. This is the height of Soviet technology. Just like the British thought this is the height of British nuclear technology. How could anything possibly go wrong here?
Well, there's a heavy dose of involved, I think.
What's that?
Heavy dose of nationalism as well. The
Yeah,
Russians
yeah.
were-
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's been things like that in the States as well.
Oh yeah, it's not unique to Russia.
Yeah, no, England's fallen for it. The US has fallen for it a couple of times. They had the 3 Mile Island. That was something similar. They had the SL1 reactor, where there was 3 guys working on it. Luckily, that only killed. I think that only killed 3 guys. where a control rod, basically the pressure in the reactor was so high, this control rod got fired out of the top of the reactor at such force that the guy who was standing above it got pinned to the roof of the reactor while this thing melted down. Like, he got speared by this control rod and embedded into the ceiling. And they couldn't get his body down because they couldn't send anybody in because it was so radioactive in that room. So they basically had to just sort of leave him there. And
Oh, that is insane.
yeah, it's nuts. Here we go. This is some very, very cool scenery. Let's have a quick fuel check, actually.
I'm going to have to do some reading of the manual for this thing because I keep overstressing the aircraft in situations where I don't understand why I am.
Oh, there's like, so you got your rudder, you've got elevator, over G, engine torque, like you can't overpower the engine. Like in this, if I whack the throttle right up with the prop RPM, you're going straight into the red. So you've got to control your prop RPM as well, because that can damage the engine. And I'm pretty sure you can do it on that aircraft as well. You can ask too much of it. Does it keep crashing in the sim, does it?
Oh, it's not crashing. I've got all the damages on, so it's overstressing the airframe.
Yeah.
It's kind of, so I can be doing 300 knots pull vertical into a loop, but for some reason, if I try and drop too quickly, it seems to break it. So
Yeah.
you might be right. It might be over revving the engine or something. I don't know.
Overspeeding, maybe. Wow. So we're gonna, excuse me, oh, pardon me, just past Workington, gonna be passing Whitehaven, and then on to Seascale, which is the site of the Sellafield nuclear site, which I can't see on this, but I'm pretty sure it's there. And then round Lancaster, Heysham. Heysham is there. There's another nuclear reactor. There's another golf club. And then through Blackpool, past Blackpool Tower. At the fastest possible speed that this aircraft will allow, because nobody wants to be in Blackpool for too long. And then into the Mersey and Liverpool. What have we got range-wise? 94 remaining miles. Just under an hour to go. And then the last leg shouldn't be nearly as long. I think it's just one of the shortest routes. I hope it's the shortest route. I'm absolutely knackered. I want to go to bed. But I also want to see this through to the end. Like, because I've flown right around the coast. And it's just coming up on 15 hours. I'm starting to feel that sort of, you know, like when you can't sleep when you're on a plane and you feel slightly ill. I've got that kind of feeling. So over the coast here, I'm going to take manual control of it and fly over Sellafield. Not long to go. Last quick fuel stop in Liverpool, and then that's the final stretch. be sure I'm in the right place. Oh, there's another golf club number 23 coming up as well. There's one golf club right there.
Yep.
And then there's going to be golf club number 24 as well, just after Sellafield. So there's golf club 23. There might be more than that. That's the only ones I've spotted so far.
It has been an alarming amount. It's more than I would have thought.
There's a lot. There's a lot of golf courses directly on the coast of Great Britain. I really want to. I really hope that the Sellafield site looks good, because I know one of those Cockcroft Follies towers. I know one of those Cockcroft towers still exists. And I really kind of hope that it exists in the sim as well. Like, all the other nuclear power plants we've been over don't exist. I'm kind of hoping this one does. Let's get the... So that is the Sellafield nuclear site right there.
North of that lake, or whatever that thing is.
Say again?
There was some sort of lake or something just to the north of that, like a little pond or something.
There's the one, literally this complex of buildings right in front of me is the Sellafield site. It's quite a large area. And just after it is the 24th Golf Club. So this is the Sellafield nuclear site in the UK. There's a couple of nuclear reactors here, I think. I think it's 2. And the towers do not exist, but I know they do exist in real life. That's a real shame. Oh well. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. And then right next to it, just under us now, is going to be the 24th Golf Club. And then the town of Seascale. It's quite a large nuclear site, that. So we've had... Have we had 3 or 4 so far? We've had 4. 4 nuclear power stations. We're going to be passing another one shortly as well. In fact, 2 more. Hi, Radical. I didn't realise you
Hey,
joined up.
Baptiste. Just trying to catch up with you on my diamond.
No worries. My headset battery is finally running out. I need to plug it in, but it's been 15 hours. That's not bad. Oh, don't crash on me. Oh, it's not a USB connection. It's just a power connection. Yeah. Oh, right, just hit the 15-hour mark anyway. times. 15 hours, 6 minutes.
You're an absolute mad lad.
I don't know why I started this. Right, let's have a look at the fuel. Okey-dokey. Yeah, we got plenty. There's only 70-ish miles, I think, to go on this leg before the refueling. 78 miles remaining. Half an hour or so. And then the final leg, and hopefully it's under 3 hours, because I want to go to bed. But I will have circumnavigated Great Britain in a cub in under 24 hours. Oh. There's still a few people out and flying this time of the day. Ball Grab's still here. He's been out for the last couple of hours at least. Nope. I tell you what, let us drop this altitude down to 900. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. There we go, that's better. I didn't think of putting the chat on that little screen there. That's great, isn't it? I'm going to need that masseuse sooner rather than later. My neck's not doing too good. The coast of the UK has been absolutely incredible. I never thought it'd look anywhere near this good. Wrong. Ooh. Ooh. 5 a.m. 5 a.m. and 15 hours streaming. This is the longest stream I've ever done. If you're watching this for the first time, thanks very much, by the way. Thanks for coming by. I'm watching my dumb ass fly around the UK. some manual. Jazz, no, Liverpool's the last fuel stop. Thankfully the last one, and then it's leg number 6 to the finish line. And the last stop will be back at Cold Rose. But yeah, Liverpool's in about probably 30 minutes less than now. But thanks very much for watching, dude. I appreciate it. I just wanted to come and have a look over here. Oh, I wish I could go to bed. Oh.
I'm going to divert to this Charlie Alpha Romeo Kilo over here on the left, and then I'm going to have to leave you for a while.
Yeah, okay, no worries, man.
Really fly.
Yeah. Oh, I'm hoping that last leg isn't like 4 hours again. That's going to kill me. I can't remember how long it was in the... North Connell. Ooh. Excuse me. Oh yeah, there's an airfield right there, isn't there? Wasn't even paying attention. I haven't really got the airfield locations on. Walnut Island, EGNL. One. Not far, thankfully. I'm gonna... fly directly over the top of this place. Take a bit of a shortcut. The end of the trip, Jazz. Sorry, I missed that. The end of the trip is Cold Rose, which is Cornwall, the south coast by Land's End. So Liverpool's about halfway up, but it's not quite as complicated a trip as going around the top of Scotland there to here. I don't have to double back on myself or anything like that. So just basically around the coast of Wales, between Anglesey and Wales, and then just south down the coast towards sort of Cardiff, that area, and then I peel back out, and yeah, nearly the end. Nearly the end. Let's get some more. Let's have a quick check on the fuel. 15. 11 gallons an hour. I can run for about 2.5 hours. Don't need to. Liverpool's 55, 60 miles away. I don't want to overspeed the aircraft though. Sewage treatment. Lovely. Captain Slow. And ball grab still there. Good man.
500.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jazz. I really appreciate you stopping by. And yeah, as long as I get like, well, I'm definitely guaranteed at least 4 hours of sleep. And if I get them, then I shall be on tomorrow night. North Coasters trips are pretty good, so I'll definitely be on. I'll see you tomorrow. Right, I'll tell you what, let's go back into autopilot. Alright, okay, not that much autopilot, Jesus. It really doesn't need to be that aggressive with it. No, come on. Really? Let's see if it does it again. Is it really going to try and make me go all the way around? No, can't possibly. Okay. There we go. No, don't go mad. Let's have a look. That's perfect. There we go. Go working again. Oh. There you go, back on plan. Okay, yeah, the next one actually is going to be another nuclear power plant. Oh, Radical's still with me. Wonderful. At least I'm not out here alone. Thanks for watching, everybody, by the way. It's nice to know. I know this is a stupid thing to do. We're at 15 hours and 20 minutes now. I was hoping this would be about the 18-hour mark, but I think I think we might overshoot that a little. Let's see what the next, see how long the next leg's going to be, because I can't remember the time. There's currently 48 miles remaining on this leg towards Liverpool. Stop for fuel. Load the next flight plan, and then off to Cold Rose for the last leg. When I stick it down on the ground, I'm going to run, grab a quick break, be 2 minutes, and then back and get this finished and done. There's massive wind farms all around here. maybe a bit further out actually. And right on the point there where the harbour is, on the right hand side of the harbour, there is the UK's most powerful nuclear reactors. The most powerful current ones, anyway, operational. Ooh, excuse me. Heysham A and B power station.
Just where are you planning to land to refuel?
In Liverpool. The field is EGGP. I'm going to stop there. Basically, it's not so much fuel stop. It's because of the way the flight plans work in flight sim. You can't, like, I tried doing one massive flight plan and then just stopping wherever I fancied to refuel. But you can't have, like, the original flight plan had 600 waypoints in it, and the sim does not like it. It just drops performance to about 10 frames per second. So I had to split it up into 6 legs and basically have under 100-ish waypoints per sector. But I realised that, like, I am doing this sort of non-stop. I'm doing this entire trip in one day, but I obviously have to stop for fuel, and I'm going to need to stop to take do that thing that humans need to do once in a while, and get a drink and stuff like that. But it's only I won't be a couple of minutes, and we'll take off straight away and then go to the next one. And this should be the last leg, and now I can go to sleep.
I'm pretty sure the simulator designers did not anticipate people doing 15 to 18-hour flights and having thousands of viewpoints.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did too. Yeah. I think that's the reason. It was the software that's used to simulate the Garmin and the flight planning in game, and the actual displays and the screens in the aircraft is separate to the flight sim itself. So it's actually the software is built by another company. And like I said, they probably didn't anticipate having 600 waypoints in a flight plan, so it just really can't deal with that, and it's got no real way of dealing with that. So that's fine. I just split it up into like stacks of 100 waypoints instead. I think this one's only 56 waypoints. The last one was 80 something. The one before that was 80 something. And this seems to work just fine. But I'm very tired. I do need to go to the bathroom. So to stop at Liverpool, I have to X out. Well, not X out completely, but I have to go back to the main menu and load the next flight plan. That's the only way I can get it to work properly. There's no way to load a flight plan in game without it crashing. So I stop.
Have you had any crashes so far, or has the sim been stable this whole time?
It's crashed to desktop twice. So when I was on final approach to Humberside Airport on the other side of the UK, probably about 7.5 hours, 8 hours ago, it crashed to desktop. I had to restart the sim, take off from the airport again, and then about 4 hours ago it did the same again. It crashed on final approach to an airport the last time I landed. So I'm hoping it doesn't do it again, or maybe it was just like a huge amount of waypoints that made it crash and it just didn't like it. I don't know. I'm still trying to learn what I can't do with the waypointing. But up to 80 seems to work okay.
That's good to know. And I say that as if I will ever make a flight plan with even 80 waypoints.
Yeah. This one's got 57, and I think that's kind of acceptable. If you're doing a big long haul flight, they could potentially be sort of 50 or 60 waypoints, like all the VORs and stuff that you're using for waypointing. But this is all just GPS waypoints. Yeah, I'm hoping that it doesn't crash again at this airfield at Liverpool. Because it's a really nice airfield. I want to land. It's one of the special ones that they designed for the. Let's get that 600. Yeah.
So in real life, in the UK, I've been to York and Manchester, London. So this will be my first time flying
Oh, yeah.
over Liverpool.
Liverpool's really nice, actually. Well, I mean, it's okay. It's not the worst place in the world. It's not the best either. Liverpool's good. I've been on a jump seat flight into Liverpool. So I sat behind the captain going into Liverpool from the Isle of Man on ATR 72. That was really cool. It's the first time I ever got to do that. I worked for the airport and I didn't quite work for the airline at the time. I didn't really work for the airline. I worked for another company that was working for the airline. And there's a couple of us that had to go to Liverpool for the day, and the aircraft was full. So I said, well, I'll travel in the jump seat if you want. And he went, yeah, all right. I said, yes. So
You're vacated.
yeah, I got a jump seat flight. I'm coming past Blackpool now, and Blackpool Tower, I think. We are indeed. That's tell you what.
So what is Liverpool famous for?
The Beatles.
Ah,
That'd be the first one.
that's nice.
One was the top of my head. That's probably the biggest one. There's a couple of really. Oh, here we go with the FPS drop. Oh, look at that. That's horrible. There's Blackpool Tower, anyway. Liverpool is. Yeah, I mean. I don't know what else to say. And they got like it's a nice enough place.
What about their football club?
I'm not a huge football fan, so I don't know. They're supposed to be quite good, but I mean, I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I was just wondering because in Birmingham you got the Cadbury factory.
Yep.
And York is Yorkminster.
Yep.
Everyone knows London.
This
And Liverpool, I'm not sure.
Well,
I've heard
the
much
Liverpool,
about.
there's the Liver building, which is how Liverpool was named. So Liverpool is named after a bird called the liver bird. And there's a building with two big liver birds on top of it. That's pretty cool. I've been there a whole bunch of times. Because where the boat leaves from the Isle of Man, it docks right outside that building. There's a couple of really cool sort of old architectural buildings there. They've got some really good museums and stuff. It's quite like the shipbuilding industry used to be really big. It's not so much anymore. But I know they do there is still some shipbuilding there, and ship maintenance and dry docking and stuff like that. But if you ask me what's famous about Liverpool, I honestly can't tell you. The Beatles is the first thing that pops into my head.
You already know a lot more about Liverpool than I anticipated.
I've been there a bunch of times, but I don't really stick around in Liverpool. It's not. There's better places to go, for me anyway. My family's from Liverpool. Some of my family's from Liverpool. My dad's from Liverpool. Well, that's about it. That's all I can tell you. I've been there a few times. Not really that super interesting for me. There is. You said you've been to Manchester, haven't you? Yeah. Manchester's good. I used to go there every weekend. Used to travel up on the train from Andover, which is in the south of England. Because that's where my girlfriend was at the time, and one of my best friends was at university in Manchester. I've got a friend in York. I've been to York a couple of times. Been to Birmingham. Birmingham's not that interesting. I mean, I've driven through most places. Whereabouts are you from?
So I was in the UK for a year and a half, and that was to do my master's.
Oh, okay.
But I grew up in Dubai,
Okay.
and UK was the first place I lived completely on my own.
Oh, right. Cool.
Left quite an impression, as you can imagine.
What masters did you do?
Bioscience technology.
Oh, wow. You're probably smarter than me then. Wow. Yeah.
Doubt it. It's just because I liked working with machines more than people. So I still liked science.
I couldn't agree more.
But
Yeah.
yeah, get my hands on all kinds of cool technologies.
Yeah. I'm
That's
thinking.
what-
I'm seriously considering going back to university and doing mechanical engineering. Just because I want to do something different, and that's what I say. I like machines more than I like people.
Yeah. So you sort of worked in aviation. Did you ever fly anything on your own
No,
in real life?
no. I've flown aircraft. I've had lessons, but I've never been a pilot. I don't have a license or anything. I kind of wish I did, but if I went down that route, I'd want to be a helicopter pilot more than a fixed wing. I like the idea of helicopters more. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd like to fly as well, but if I went down that road, I'd want to be a helicopter pilot instead of just being a normal pilot. Let's say normal pilot, instead of being a fixed wing pilot.
Yeah, so I hear flying a helicopter is actually more challenging than a fixed wing aircraft.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're essentially steering the wing of the aircraft in a helicopter, aren't you? You're not like a fixed wing is just sat there. You pull the aircraft through the air, and the amount of speed you get gives you a certain amount of lift. But with a helicopter, you've got this. The wing is spinning above your head, and you control the lift of it, and the pitch, and to control the which way the helicopter goes. So, yeah, and then you've got the rudder on top of that with the tail rotor. You've got to control the yaw of the aircraft to point it where you want to point it. So, yeah, I imagine it is a hell of a lot more difficult to fly. 18 miles to go. Not even that.
So when I was younger, I always wanted to be a fighter pilot. I used to look at the F-16 Fighting Falcons, and I would be like, that's the most beautiful plane there is, and
Oh yeah.
I would do that. But growing up, I have really poor eyesight, so I knew there was no way I could pass the medical.
Yeah.
And then you have to join the military for it. So I liked the idea of flying the bird, but did not really like the idea of killing people. So
Yeah, fair enough.
that ended those dreams.
Yeah. It kind of puts a dampener on them if you can't do that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I joined the military because I thought at the time I thought it was the only option I had. Like I couldn't see anything else appearing on the horizon, so I was stupid and young, and I said, yeah, why not? And I joined the army. And I joined the Army Air Corps actually because they promised me I'd get to fly, and then that never happened, obviously, because they lie to you to get you to join. But I had fun. I didn't end up really going anywhere. And yeah, it is what it is. I ended up working aviation ground crew for the Army Air Corps, so I was doing rearming and refueling of helicopters. That was my job.
Nice.
And then after I left there, I went to work in an office for whatever reason, because it was the first job that was offered to me when I left. And I stuck that out for 18 months, and I hated every single moment of it. And then I couldn't do it anymore, so I left and got a job in the airport that was local to me, and that was absolutely brilliant fun. Loved every minute of it. Worked there for. I don't do that anymore, unfortunately. I had to move away from that place. Where I live now, there is no airport anywhere near me. So I moved into the fire equipment, fire protection market, and I do fire equipment for a living. Not
Ooh.
particularly interesting, but I got to go in some really, really cool places.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, that You have had a diverse
Yeah, I've done a lot.
jobs, which is
I've done a
interesting.
lot of cool stuff. Yeah, I've done some crappy stuff as well. I've had some really bad jobs. But I've also yeah, I've been kind of lucky. I've got to do some really cool stuff.
So I'm similar that I couldn't really do a 9 to 5 office cubicle job.
Yeah.
So I got a field product specialist job, which means I get to fly around on the company's dime and go to different labs, train people how to use the products I support. So there's always something different.
Oh yeah.
Right now I'm based in Atlanta in the US.
Oh cool.
So I get to fly around, but not in really exciting places. So I go to Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, not Florida. So, like I said, not very glamorous.
But that's still pretty cool. I don't get to go anywhere at the moment. Like, but part of my job was training people how to use stuff, like mostly fire extinguishers. And I asked a question the other day. Like I've probably set off over 2,000 fire extinguishers in my life. And only 2 of them have been in anger. Like, only 2 times have I had a fire that's had to be put out. But I've set off over 2,000 fire extinguishers probably. I used to set off probably 5 or 6 of them a day. And then you'd have to go to places and you'd install the equipment, you'd tell them what they needed, you'd go and do surveys of what equipment needed to be where, how to use it, and then in some cases you'd have to stay and then teach the staff how to use them as well. And it was a lot of fun. I got to do that was quite a lot of fun because people seem to be scared of fire extinguishers. And they're not. It's just either they spray water and foam, or they spray some kind of gas or powder. There's nothing scary about them. But I think
all I can tell you about fire extinguishers are that they're red, and you should check them once a year to see if the pressure's in the green band.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, if it's different. So there's a difference between there's a responsible person and there's like 2 different types of people. So I would be the service guy, and it would be my job to make sure from a legal point of view and from a safety point of view that is going to work when it should. And then the person who's responsible for them is the guy who owns them, and they've got a duty of care to make sure that they're checking them regularly, and to make sure that the obvious visual things that they can do, make sure there's no obvious damage to it, make sure the gauge is in the green, that kind of stuff. That's their job. And then my job is to fix any problems with them. Right, so, not far away from landing at the penultimate fuel stop for this stupid journey that I decided to undertake and started 15 hours and 39 minutes ago. So we quickly stop off in Liverpool, Liverpool John Lennon Airport, which is EGGP. What I'm going to do is I'm going to exit out of the game into the main menu, load the next flight plan, and load the fuel, and then spawn back in. Once I've spawned back in, I'm going to duck out here for just 2 minutes, go and use the bathroom, get a drink, and then back to complete this ridiculous journey.
So it's almost 1 a.m. where I am, so my plan is to crash in front of you spectacularly if I can manage. And go to the
Okay.
first time I'm flying at 40.
I think we're just going past the Liver building just now. So if you're anywhere near me, the Liver building is just off to my left.
I just had a crash to desktop, so
Ah. Of course.
totally unexpected.
No worries.
Yeah, you actually, in your stream, you might have seen my tag just disappear.
Yeah, I think I did, yeah.
I mean, why did I crash? Like, I have nothing running except Twitch, and I've been flying for maybe an hour.
I don't know, but I hope I don't crash.
I hope
It's
so
going to be
too.
really annoying to crash at this stage of the game. Again, because it'd be the third time if it does. Alright, so Liverpool Airport is just coming up. 6 miles away. I'm going to let it turn this final waypoint, and then I'm going to stick it down on the ground. I'm going to exit back to main menu, load the next flight plan, come back into the game, and then I'm going to duck out and just quickly use a bathroom, and then complete this final leg, and then go to bed. Because this was a stupid idea and I should never have started it. And I'm really, really tired. If anybody wants to join me for the last flight, if anybody's on the stream now and wants to join me for the last flight, spawn in at Liverpool Airport in the UK. The ICAO code is EGGP. I'm more welcome to join me for the last leg. And I'll be flying down to Culdrose in basically near Land's End for the last leg of this flight. Oh, look at that. It's nearly lining me up. It's trying to line me up. I'm going to take it out of I'm going to take it out of autopilot now. And get this done myself.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but VNAV has not been implemented in any of the planes in the simulator, right?
I don't think it has, no. I was reading a comment about it recently. Something works, but something else doesn't. I don't think VNAV works though.
Just looking at YouTube tutorials to understand what these terms mean, and then I was really impressed that we have autopilot, which is sort of like having a software inside a software.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a separate AI controlling a simulator. It is a bit weird. Oh, and my frame rate just took a dive.
Oh, I can see that on Twitch.
Yeah, that's bad.
Well, at least I can see you land.
Hopefully I'm not going to crash.
Oh, that's a pretty decent run.
It'll speed up in a second. It'll speed back up. It's not got anything to do with the scenery level. It just does this every now and again. There you go. It's just smoothed out again.
All right, you're gonna flare and it's going to be touchdown.
And there we go. Easy peasy. Perfect.
Sure.
I'm going to pull off the runway here. And I'm going to exit out, load the next flight plan, load the fuel.
All right, best of luck, my man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit my bed and dream about my days in UK.
No worries. Thanks, Radical.
My pleasure.
See you
Good
later,
night.
dude. Bye-bye. Right, so let's get this just fired up into a parking spot next to the fuel there, and oh, I spent 4 hours in the belly of a 757 here. It wasn't very much fun. Unloading bags for a day. One of the sweatiest I've ever been in my life. Okay, so main menu. Continue. Anytime you like. Oh, don't tell me it's crashed. Are you joking me? Oh no. thought it would crash for a second there. Okay, so we need to load the next flight plan, which is number 6 and final. Oh, 713 kilometers. You've taken the mick. Oh. I didn't think it was that long. Oh well. And load the next one into. There we go. So this is going to be a 3-hour trip as well. Wow. Okie dokie. I shall hit. Oh, I need to change the weather conditions. 5:48. Tell you what, shall I do? I'll do live from this point. You know, why not? And then we'll click. Oh, I forgot to do the fuel. Oh well. This is the last one, the last leg. Oh. It'll load any second now. You'd never think this was on a 3000 megabit a second NVMe SSD, would you? Okay. Right, so bear with me. I should be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to quickly run and use the bathroom. There we go. Okie dokie. This place does look good at night though, doesn't it? Not too much power. And the lighting looks amazing. Okay, that's an angle that's a bit too aggressive even for me. And travel back out over Liverpool, back up the Mersey, and then off to Culdrose Rose, the final leg, 385 nautical miles. I got air traffic control whining at me. I'm going to ignore them because ain't nobody got time for that. Should be steady now. There we go. I see all the red wind farms over there. I wish air traffic control would just give up after like 2 tries and not carry on moaning at me. There we go. That was the last takeoff we should be doing tonight. This morning, whatever time it is. 15 hours and 54 minutes. So the flight plan was about correct. It should take about 19 hours-ish to do this flight if you were to do it. If you were to find a Cub with 2,400 miles of range. I didn't even put fuel in it, did I? I'm an idiot. Do you know what? I don't even care. Doctor, yes, I am still flying. This is the last leg though, thankfully. I am... The only thing holding me up now is... I'm not even sure. I think it's just this headset. Like, I'm gonna have to wind the fuel use right back on this because I didn't put enough fuel in. I don't think. If I get it down to about 8 gallons an hour, like I did before. That should be enough to get us there. 8 gallons, 3 hours, 30 gallons. I can't see into those tanks yet. Yeah. Let's have a look at the fuel. Oh yeah. Yeah, we can do that. $10 gallons, 10 gallons. Yeah. We can do that on what the fuel we've got remaining. Oh, I really didn't want to slow down. I wanted to get there as fast as possible at this point. Right, we can go 9. We'll go 9 gallons and see what happens. Doc, I've decided to take off in live time now, so it's just coming up to 6 AM here. So we should get a nice sunrise as well. And it should like, 'cause it's starting, the light is starting to pick up outside my window. And if we look over there, we do have a nice sunrise over that direction. There we go. But yeah, still flying, still going. Need to see this through. I'm here now. I've got this far. It'd be pointless for me to shut it down now. No matter how much I want to go to bed. It's already 6 AM. I've already messed up my sleeping pattern. What's a couple of more hours? Get a nice yeah, precisely. What's a couple more hours? Apparently this is 385 miles. It worries me slightly, but I think let's have a quick calculate. So I need. I've got. Let's just see how much. One button. Let's see how much I've got. 46 plus 46. 2. 34 gallons. 9 gallons of fuel an hour. Oh. I can't even make that. I should have enough fuel to get me to Cold Rose at 9 gallons an hour. So what I will do, I will back that down, so we get 8.4. Yeah. There we go. Oh. Flight plan is in and working. We're going to have a trip round Anglesey, between Anglesey. Not that we're going to see a great deal of it because it's pitch black. Oh, wonderful. I can see the end of this trip now. That's good. Wind turbine on the island there. That was cool. Oh, excuse me. Nice. There we go. You coming on, Doc? Need somebody to keep me awake here. I'm gonna fall asleep otherwise. It's nice seeing aircraft in the sim. You don't have to, Doc. Totally up to you. I'm fine. I'm just kind of chilled right now. Just I'm just really happy that I'm going to do it rather than like I had this horrible feeling that I was just going to get halfway through and go, oh, sod this, I can't be bothered anymore. I didn't want to. But now I've got this far. As soon as I got to the top and got to basically the end of the third leg, I was like, I mean, I know I can do it now. I've just got to see it through. And I'll have the whole thing recorded on YouTube, which is quite nice. I've streamed the whole thing to Twitch. A couple of people have joined. We've had a couple of people join who are going to join the group flight because of it. Happy with that. This game's a lot more fun to do with other people. So if I get this. That's my flight. Have a quick look at the remaining 352 nautical miles remaining. $352. Another calculation, I think. Let's have a distance 350 MMI calculates. Yeah, about 3 hours. 3 hours is easy enough. Yeah, number 6 the flight pan, mate, yeah. And I'm not using the G3X, no, just the stock thing that's in the sim. Oh, excuse me. Thanks, section. Did you hear the notification sound when it happened, when the thing popped up? Because I haven't actually heard it make the sound yet, because I've got no speakers on the PC that's doing the streaming. Oh, I can't believe I made it this far, perfectly honest with you. Why is my oh right, okay. It's taking me to the actual waypoint. I'm just going a bit mad, that's all. Can't see what's right in front of me. Nice, nice. There's the huge wind farm. Wallasey wind farms. Oh. It's actually quite light out at the moment. In the sim, it's not that bright. better. Don't have to lean up to talking to the microphone now. Maybe a little. That's probably a bit better. Yep. Well, this has been an eye-opening trip. I can't believe there's still people watching me. London, no. I would love to fly this route like this time of day in real life. It'd be fantastic flying out of Liverpool up the Mersey like that. So move our way just a tiny bit. Oh. Doctor, sorry. He's right there, right behind me again. Good effort, man. This is the last leg of this flight. Oh, I'm so happy I made it round. Move this monitor a little bit. There we go. Quick look. 343. Get some nice sunrise coastal flighting. That looks fantastic, doesn't it?
$500.
Hi, Doc.
Okay, soon I'll catch up to you.
Yeah, no worries.
You should do the update, not the update. Install the mod for the display for the Garmin.
Yeah?
It's worth it. It is worth it.
I've not actually tried it. I will. To be honest, I don't use flight plans a great deal. It's only for this that I've used it because it's such a long trip. And without a decent flight plan, I'd have no idea where I was going. So
It's not only the fact for flight plan. Having the new mod, what it does, it gives you like wind headings on the display itself.
Oh, nice.
It also gives you display of when to change over from one fuel tank to another. It warns you. It gives you all these details on display.
Oh, okay.
That is if you do a lot of cub flying. If you're fixated on cub flying, it's a.
To be fair, I do a lot of cub flying. Like I yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the only flying I do in the sim. A lot of bush flying. It might not necessarily be a cub each time, but I love flying the cubs. Mainly because I like flying at 600, 700 feet off the ground and just spending the time in the like where you can see the scenery. So yeah, it's just really pleasant.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me.
You also know how to do the turn on the lights inside the cabin lights and all that, do you?
Yeah, I've just left it to it.
Okay.
I'm just yeah, I'm just in like at the moment. It's quite nice and chill. I'm letting the aircraft fly itself, and I'm just along for the ride at the moment. It's like this time of night. It's just really nice to see the sun's coming up. It's just getting a little bit brighter, and it's just really nice at the moment. I'm only doing about 110 knots, by the way, so you should be able to catch up.
Yeah, I'm not following the route. I'm going straight heading towards you. I'm going around the 130s to 140s.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to conserve a bit of fuel because I made the mistake of taking off without refueling. So I have enough fuel to make it there, or at least I should do. Just a quick calculation on the phone there. It says I need about 3 hours and 20 minutes of endurance, and I've got about 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So. Which is quite incredible, really. That's why I chose this aircraft, because it's got an auxiliary fuel tank.
Yeah, you have the cargo pod.
Yeah, the cargo pod with the. That's why I picked it, because originally I was going to do 1,000-mile legs, and then when I figured out that the flight planning, the waypointing wouldn't work in game, it wouldn't work with that many waypoints. Or rather, it would. It just I'd have 10 FPS because of the way it calculates it. I abandoned that and just went to like the six different plans, the 6 different legs, and I don't really need to. Like I don't need an aircraft for this kind of endurance, but even with a 50% fuel load, that still get me 450 miles, 500 miles. I mean, if I trimmed the aircraft out a little bit and leaned it out even further, like I could probably get it to sit at around 7.5, 7 gallons per hour. But I'd be adding like another half an hour, 40 minutes to my flight. And to be honest, I want it to be over now. I want to go to bed. I'm tired.
You're gonna be sleeping the whole weekend.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna sleep until I should be finished. I'm hoping around 9 a.m. So about 2 hours and 40 minutes, and then I'm going to sleep until about midday, 1 o'clock, and then get up again. So I'll still be tired, but at least I'll sleep at a reasonable time. I won't have a completely ruined sleep schedule. They're just passing.
How many hours did you do total today then?
So far, I have done 16 hours and 21 minutes.
Crazy.
Yep. So I knew it would take around 18 to 19 hours. Thanks for following, Coyote. So I knew the whole trip would. Yeah, I think the original flight plan was calculated 18 hours and 47 minutes. Because I've had to split it up and I've had to land for fuel. I've added like 20 minutes, half an hour to that.
There are some other streamers that they occasionally do like a 24-hour stream. That
Yeah.
is way beyond. That's crazy.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm not completely opposed to doing another one, but I want the trip to be right. I don't want to do the same sort of a similar thing again. I might do something vaguely the same. Like this has been a really cool trip. But if I was going to do it again, I'd start at a different time. I'd start earlier. Oh, excuse me. I'd start a bit earlier. I'd want to do, like I could do 12 hours quite easily. But I say 16 hours and now probably an additional 2.5, maybe a little more. I don't think I could, I don't think I'd want to do that again. I might do, I don't know. We'll see how I feel. Like after I'm finished and I haven't had any sleep, I'll probably never want to do this again.
Well, the
Well,
other
I mean,
reason
it's
probably
fun.
feeling this way because the route that you picked is mostly just flying. You're not doing any airport hopscotching or anything.
Yeah,
So it's you got the plane up in the air and you put on autopilot and you're just watching it fly. So you end up stressing out yourself doing that. Now, if you were doing some landings here and there, then your mind is set on landing, so it distracts of that. It takes it out of that momentum.
yeah. I don't honestly. I don't think that's been that much of a problem. I've been really enjoying just looking around and looking at the scenery and it's been quite a relaxing. Like I'm not completely destroyed here. So it's like with my eyes trying to close. I'm tired, but I don't feel overly taxed or anything by it. And I have been enjoying it for the most part. I really do want to go to bed, but if I was going to do it again, I'd pick something to do slightly differently. I'm not sure what I'd pick. I'll have to think about it.
Split it in half. I mean, you did 6 different portions. You just divide it out, and make it 12.
Yeah, I mean I could do. Yeah, I'd want to do. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll definitely I have no problem doing it again. But I'm not sure what I would do, and it'd have to be the right thing to do again. I'd have to have the right thing. I'd have to be excited about it. Like I was excited about this. I don't know, and I've never seen anybody else do anything like this before. So like the long haul stuff is easy. I mean, like people do long haul stuff all the time, but at 30,000 feet, the autopilot does most of the work. They don't have to land. And I just wanted to do something a little different. So doing a long haul flight in a Cub, that's 2,400 miles, and do it around the entire coast of Great Britain in one go, with the exception of fuel stops. And I'd like to do something like that again, but it'd have to be something a little bit different. I'd have to do something slightly different. I don't know how I would change it to make it different. But I just have to.
What I would have is just you can do like the same route that you were doing, just include a couple more stops, just more touch and goes, just to break the break it up a little bit, break the ice a bit, just do a couple landings, and that would change it a bit.
Yeah, I could do. Like I wanted to do, like we've been talking about it. I've been talking about with the other guys who've been on flying with me over the last at some point over the last 20 hours, and they've been saying I could do the east or west coast of the United States and fly all the way down, and I could use like a caravan or something slightly faster, so it'd be about the same amount of time. But I like doing it in the Cub because it's so low and slow. You get a chance to enjoy the scenery.
Yes, I agree.
So I could do what I kind of fancy doing as well is doing a flight from doing a flight somewhere from North America and then flying across to the UK, like via Greenland and Iceland. But there wouldn't be much scenery in between. Like, I like the idea of doing something like that in a Cub or in a Cessna, or it'd probably be a Cub. I just enjoy flying them.
Yeah. Have you ever flown the Bush League Legends?
No, I only found out about them after I'd already set up this group. But they, I actually, believe it or not, I set up this one before they did, and nothing happened with it for the first like 4 or 5 months. I did nothing with it. I set this up, I think, 2 days after Flight Sim came out. And I didn't do anything with it. I kind of put the sim down. I didn't really fly that much. I had a lot of stuff going on in real life, so I just never had the time to do anything. And it was North Coaster that messaged me on Reddit and said, "Are you organising group flights? Can I join in?" And I was like, "Well, I haven't really done any of them because I've had so much other stuff to do." And he was like, "Okay, well, how about we do one this weekend?" And we just did it, and it's just grown from there. The reason I haven't done the Bush League Legends one, I am in their Discord. Is the stuff they tend to do is taken a little bit more serious. There's just like in our group, there's just a whole bunch of casual guys who just sort of fly as and when they can. They don't do every event. Or they might only do half an hour of an event. You know, they'll just come, have a laugh for half an hour and then leave again. And that's just what our groups ended up being. It's just been a lot more casual. And I think that's always been the difference between the Bush League Legends. They do stuff. They've got all these massive events and world tours and stuff that they organise. It's very cool. But it's not what a lot of people want, so we just decided to keep our group nice and simple. If you want to join a flight, you can. You don't have to. You come along, chat. That's cool.
Yeah, I fly with the Bush League Legends for several months already.
Okay.
And they have divided in 2 different groups. They have one that the earlier group where the majority of them is going. And then there was a portion of the group that were having issues as far as timing, so they decided to split it, and they have the second portion doing the same leg with a different group. The group that are not able to do it any sooner, they'll do it the later group.
Oh yeah.
I end up going with that one. It is more casual. It's a little bit more friendly over there on the legit one, the first group. It's like what you said, you just have 2-3 guys that are chatting, and it becomes, I don't know, I notice a big difference between the both groups, and I prefer the group.
It just kind of depends, doesn't it? I like that kind of thing. I've no problem, it's just what suits the individual. Like, what it looks like what's going to happen with ours is there's going to be another flight that's going to be a little later still, because I'd say probably 60% of the guys in our Discord at the moment, 65%, are all from North America. So the Saturday flight that we do, 8 p.m, works for most of them, but a lot of them don't play on the sim in the afternoon for them. So it'd be like mid-afternoon for them, and they're normally doing stuff on a Saturday with family or friends or whatever. So there's going to be, I think there's going to be another flight. I think what it's just going to be is it's going to be the same flight, just held at 2 different times. So we'll have both different groups will do the same flight. I think that'll suit a lot of other people who fly in the US. But without trying it, who knows? And if nobody shows up for it, we just won't do it. I mean, nobody's going to waste their time. The people probably fly either way, but we've kept our, like, there's been loads of ideas for doing stuff in our group, and we get people approaching us all the time to do stuff. But I think the reason most people stay and go on the flights is because it's just a little bit more casual. There's no, like, there's no skill level requirement. If you've played the sim for 10 minutes, you can come and fly with us if you want. It's absolutely no problem. I don't have a problem with anybody joining. The only reason I started it is because I realised quite quickly that this was a lot more fun to fly when there was other people with you.
Right.
So,
To be honest with you, the Bush League Legends, they don't have any special requirement. They're pretty much open. You come and fly with us, you do what you want.
Yeah, I have seen that. Like, I just, with the amount of time that I spend in this group, because it's like the organisation of all the flights is like there's a few guys who do the organisation of all the flights, and all the time I spend in the sim, I pretty much spend with this group. I don't like if I've got any extra time, I'll commit it to this group because I think we've got a really good thing, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the BLL guys.
Right. Oh, I understand.
I'm sure they've got it looks like they've got a great community, especially Carbon Prop building the aircraft as well, like modelling the aircraft. That's fantastic. We've got a guy who does that in our group, but he's like, single guy. He's building scratch-built modelled aircraft, and it's going to be ages before any of his aircraft are out. I don't know. We found a little niche, I think, like in the way that we're kind of a little bit more comedy. There's a little bit more sort of slapstick bush flying, if you like.
Right.
It's
like that Saturday. I noticed you guys were just all around having fun.
Yeah, it's not. There's no like we said from the beginning. The flight plans were like a loose, like a set of events, and like when we've asked people to do flights, I've always said to them, say, listen, don't put too much emphasis on like we've got to be here by this time, we've got to be there by that time, because people, if everyone spots like a really cool place on the side of a hillside to land at, then we go for it. Like what a real bush flying group would do. Oh, look at that! Right. I'm going to go and try that down there. That kind of thing. So, hiya, Holly. Yeah, I'm good. I'm still awake. I decided I'm on my last leg. It's been 16 hours and 35 minutes right now. I've just about 35 minutes, I think I took off from Liverpool. So I'm just going down the coast of Wales right now. Let's have a check on the map. Yeah. So that's where I am. Took off from Liverpool. And that is the final amount of the journey that I have to do from where my aircraft is there to Cold Rose, which is down here. And the total mileage remaining is 303. So just over 2 hours, 2 and a bit hours. And hopefully I've got the fuel for it, because I didn't fuel up on the way. And Ali's back as well. Hi, Ali. Let's see. Haven't breached into that fuel tank yet, and I haven't got into that. So I've got 30 gallons just in those 2 tanks, and 8 gallons an hour, and I need about 3 hours worth of fuel. So yeah, fine. I forgot to refuel the aircraft at Liverpool. So I took off with a stock 50% amount of fuel in the tanks. No, I took off from Liverpool about 30 minutes ago, Ali. And this is the final leg, and I've got about maybe 2.5 hours remaining until I've completed this ridiculous journey. and I am kind of tired. I've probably got massive bags under my eyes at this point. X56, do it, man. That's a good HOTAS. I got the X52, and had there been an X56 around when I bought this, I would have bought the X56, but I'm happy with the one I've got. They're about roughly the same, except the X56 has the split throttle. But it's a nicer HOTAS. It's a good stick, that.
The one that I use.
X56.
Six.
Doc's behind me still, in an invisible aircraft. And the prop spinners just started working again. Random weird flight simulator issues. So I'm just over the coast of Wales, and it is sunrise, and it is glorious. I'm on live time. The sun is coming up over there. In real life, the sun is also coming up over there. It's not quite as pretty as that because it's probably cloudy out because, you know, UK. I hope I've got enough altitude for that. I should have. Excuse me. I'm glad I didn't hammer myself with coffee, because I would actually be asleep by now if I did that. It looks really cool, doesn't it? Like, it's just the whole area with the sun just popping up over the hills. Yeah, I started from Liverpool. I realised what time it was here. It's 20 to 7 in the morning right now. And I thought, when I took off from Liverpool, I thought it was just before 6, I think. And I thought, if I put it on live time, the sun will rise as I'm doing the last leg, so I decided to go to live time. Yeah, I got altitude for that, easy peasy. Keep it there. Gonna make a bit of a sharp turn in a second. Getting close to the end, the final stretch now. I'm starting to relax a little bit and just. That's a brilliant image. I go inside the aircraft and see what it looks like in there as well. Yeah. How cool is that? I've got to get a screenshot of that, I think. Get one over here as well, I think. Oh, wonderful.
500.
Yeah, it seems worth it. Like, I've enjoyed doing this. More of a little personal challenge to fly around the UK and stay awake. And I've always kind of wanted to do something as ridiculous as this, but I've just never have. And so I'm glad I just decided to do it. Yeah, it will just, I mean, do it, man. I only started streaming, I think, just after Christmas. I mean, I streamed before, like a couple of years ago, but I never really did anything with it, and I never carried on. And I thought, I've got all the hardware here. I own most of it anyway. The only thing I needed was a microphone, and I got the cheapest one off eBay that I could. And it's been fine. It's actually really good quality as well. Like I own all the hardware. I've got 2 PCs here, my laptop there. I own 2 servers as well. So I've got everything I need to do it. And I just thought, I'm flying regularly with the same group of people for the most part. What if I stream it and see if I can attract more people to come and do it with us? And right off the bat, like, we've had loads of people join, loads of people come fly with us, and it's been great. We've got a Discord with about 300 people in it. It's been fantastic to like just be in a big group, and it's all the same type of people as well. You all sort of just like flying around. Oh look, that's cool, let's go and land over there. It's that kind of cool attitude. But since I've been streaming tonight, or since yesterday afternoon, we have had 5, 6, 7, 8, another 8 people join. That's pretty cool, yeah. Let's see how many there actually are in this server. Where is it? Okie dokie. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's just generally been a bit of a, yeah, we've got a good, it is a good community. It's really quite helpful as well. There hasn't been a single toxic, like no one's had to be booted from the Discord. Like we haven't had anything like horrendous. It's been really good. And I think it's like there's not, like in flight sim, there's not this huge toxic community. There's always going to be toxic people, but we haven't had a single issue, and it's been wonderful. Yeah, Holler. Are you off to work now, Holler? Are you? Oh, I can't believe I've been awake this long. I can definitely feel it now. Look at that. Yeah, see you later, Ali. Thanks for stopping by again, man. I should be streaming later on today, but it'll be about at least 12 hours from now, 13 hours from now. I need some sleep. Whoa. That's a great view, isn't it? Even in a sim. Doc right next to me. Oh man. $1:46. Oh man. 6:45 in the morning here. I've made it all the way through. I haven't died yet, which is you know, a plus. My throat is sore. I've been talking pretty much all night, and I've been really lucky actually, because every single time I've stopped, somebody else has joined me for a bit of a flight. So I've only been by myself for maybe half an hour, 40 minutes. And Doc joined me for a little while. I don't know how long he's going to stick around. We got, like, Wyvern was with me for most of the flight so far. I think he was there for pretty much half of it. And he flew the whole thing manually, which is pretty impressive. Like, I've been using autopilot for a lot of it because, you know, that's what it's there for. And seeing, like, North Coaster was out for a bit, Volcan came out for a bit. Braino was out a few times. He was out for probably a third of it, or 1/4 to a third of it. It's been really nice. Oh, nice. Oh, I'd love one of them. They sound really old, man. I'm trying to talk the missus into going camping at some point this year because I've never been with her and I really like it. I really enjoy it. But I don't think she's the camping type. But I'm slowly talking around. There's plenty of places up around where we live. Well, you know, within 100, 150 miles. That'd be really nice. Okay. Coming up on the 17-hour mark, and I've got probably another 2 hours to go, so it's going to breach 18 hours and go into 19, I think. Let's have a look what kind of distance we've got left. Remaining 271 miles. Yeah, 2 hours left yet. So 19 hours, I think. What did I say? Yeah. 2 and a bit hours. Check my fuel. I'll have plenty of fuel for this. Oh, cool. I would really like a camper van or something like that. Even not so much a caravan like the trailer type thing. They're a pain in the ass in this country. The place is just not big enough for them. But I would love, just even something small like a converted 4-wheel drive, like the box on the back, and just go and drive somewhere in the mud and. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this map. Stay awake. Okie dokie. This is going to be the good part, getting around to about here. I'll be able to smell the sleep. Not too far now. $16 long. Shit. That's not that bad. Like, I've driven a car, like a Lexus LS400 is 16 foot long. So that's not too bad. Pardon me. Like, the longest thing I ever towed was like 200 foot long. So no, not quite that long. A bit under 150 feet. 767. Did a 757 that same day. That was the longest the other one I've towed. $300 tons including the tug. You have a 40-foot one as well. Bloody hell. Do you like is the vintage stuff you mean like kind of like the the stainless steel skin sort of trailers, like the Airstream type? Because I tell you what, I would like one of them. Airstream trailer would be amazing. I love the look of those things. That's a closed airfield, isn't it? It is.
Yeah, it's closed.
EGOD. Oh, that's pretty cool. This has been a wonderful trip. I recommend anybody to watch to do it. Just don't do it in one go like I'm doing it, because the coastline all the way up the east coast of England is fantastic. It looks amazing in the sim. There's only a couple of little areas that have got any problems. Even the entire, like, the only bit of the coastline that's been like meh was some of the east coast of Scotland. And even then, it wasn't really that terrible. Excuse me. I like that. That's sort of like I've got an idea in my head of what that's going to look like now. That'd be nice. Oh. I'm moving. I need to just like move about a little bit. Wake up. So also we have another group flight today in approximately 13 hours, actually from now, 8 p.m. UTC, where we're doing a group flight in Kodiak Island. So that should be quite busy if anybody fancies joining that. We have oh yeah, that's great. I'll leave it there. We have, I'm going to try and get a couple of hours sleep, and then I'm going to sleep till about 1 p.m. I think, and then get up again, so at least haven't completely destroyed my sleeping pattern. Although this has pretty much done it. Nearly 17 hours. This is a brilliant bit of coastline at this time of day.
Hello, Baptiste. This is Bad Max.
Ah, Bad Max, you're back again.
Yeah.
Nice. We're nearly finished now.
Yeah.
Hour and a half, 2 hours to go. Oh. Yeah. Let's have a look. 37% fuel. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully I'll make it. 8.4 gallons. I'll just bring that back to 8. Beer, breakfast, and I need breakfast. I do need like something. All I've had to eat today is I had a sandwich about maybe when we stopped in 2 stops ago in Oban. Maybe I think I had a sandwich then, and that was all I've had today, and some crisps, chips, some Pringles.
Huh.
That was it. I've been trying to avoid eating like crappy foods because it just made me feel like crap, and I've avoided drinking coffee and energy drinks. I had a couple of coffees when I woke up, and that was it. And then I've just been drinking water and having something light to eat, fruit, and that seems to have been plenty. I don't feel too bad. I'm tired, but stay hydrated. That's 8.5 gallons per hour. I've got, I'd say round about 30, 40 gallons left. So I'm just coming to the end of the auxiliary tank. And then I've got, 92 litres, which I don't know how much is in US gallons. Help if I typed in the right thing, wouldn't it? Yeah, the last gives me 24 US gallons. So that's 3 hours of fuel, thereabouts. Yeah, that's plenty enough to get me there. I think I only need about 2 hours of fuel. I hope I only need 2 hours of fuel. Keep looking at the remaining mileage. 243 miles. And I'm doing 125-ish miles per hour. So, yeah, 2 hours. And I've made it the entire way around the Great British coast in a Cub, which is kind of an achievement, I guess.
It is.
Nobody else has done it, that's for sure. How stupid could you be for doing that? I mean, why would you do that? Oh, yeah. That's a great idea. Oh, I've got to get one of them. Might be able to get one of them off Amazon, actually. That'd be quite cool. Let's have a quick look while we're staring down the barrel of this thing. An app. Go back. Huh. buy a Cessna one of those off Amazon. It's currently out of stock though, which is a shame. See if there's anywhere else. No, but it gives me a load of offers for like Logitech radio panels and stuff. Actually, have a quick look at that. That's pretty cool. I keep meaning to build one. Like I'd really like to build a proper panel with you know, the comms frequencies on them. But the aircraft I fly generally have a Garmin, and you can use a tablet for that. There's oh, cool. You get something like ForeFlight and use it in the sim. I know a couple of guys do that. Well, they've already got it because they fly anyway, but you can also use it in the sim, which is kind of a cool idea. Yeah, I'd love an actual one I could hold in my hand. Oh, nice. Nice. Ah, Mojo's here as well. Hello, mate. You're up early. Well, I suppose it's not that early, really, is it? Look at that. Nice early morning flight. The last leg of this ridiculously stupidly long journey. Give the fuel tank a switch, I think, in a second. Yeah, I've started dipping into that fuel tank now. Give it another half hour and then switch again. And the FPS has taken a hit as well. So we got approximately 2 hours to run until the end of this journey. Just hit the 17-hour mark, 17 hours and 6 minutes. This is the last leg number 6. And yeah. Yeah, still going, Lanky. I'm knackered. I'm so tired. It's 7 AM. I started at 2 PM yesterday afternoon. 17 hours and 6 minutes. I've got all the way around though, mate. I've finally literally that's the last leg I've got to do. It's 250 miles. It's about 220 miles now actually. But I went all the way around the coast. And those who don't believe me, the whole thing is streaming to YouTube as well, so it'll be up there forever. You can go back and check it, make sure I've done the whole thing. Woo! Excuse me. We're getting quite close to the see, this is the only bit of the coastline that I've seen so far that doesn't is like a bit meh. Like it looks, there's like weirdness with where the satellite imagery hasn't really sort of applied sort of vertically to the wall, which is like, you know, just a common thing in flight sim. But this is like one of maybe 3 or 4 places in the entire trip where it's been like that. The rest of it has been spot on the whole way. Got a good little group of people. Whew. I'm real tired. I've also lost count how many times I've said the word wonderful.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I've lost count of how many times I've said the word wonderful today.
One or two. One or two. Not much.
So I don't know what I did with the waypoint here. I've really, I could have added a few more. Oh, I can feel the end. It's wonderful. How many miles to run? 220 miles to run, so I've got... Yeah. Oh, I'm feeling better about that now. $10 gallons in that tank, 12 gallons in that. I will switch the tanks now actually, because you can only start from that one. Whew. Still going. Last leg. Look at that. So should you, Holler. You should be asleep too. Isn't it 2 a.m. or something? I thought you said you had to get up at like 5. I'd really love to be in bed right now. I'd love to be asleep. Ooh, pardon me. Ugh. 17 hours and 13 minutes. I should jump into the sim tomorrow when I wake up and do this all in an F-15. Mach 2 the entire way. I'd be done in 2 hours. Oh, there's Mike. Nice. Some really solid formation flying on today. Look who showed up. Nice. Nice. Hello, Iron. I don't know whether you can hear me. It's good to see you. Doctor, where's the doctor? There he is. This wonderful little early morning group flight. I can see you, Iron, yeah. I noticed you straight away. We should have been here 17 hours ago when I started this journey. Oh yeah, I suppose. Yeah, people have got lives, haven't they? I keep forgetting about that. Oh yeah, I should have. I'm getting to that point where I'm really tired, so I'm regretting my decisions. But I'll be happy once I finished it, and at least I can say I've done it. I flew around the entire UK, or rather the entire of the Great British coastline, in a single day. I did the whole thing. Or rather, the autopilot did most of it, but I sat there and watched the autopilot and turned it on and off occasionally. Little lighthouse over there. Might get some fame and fortune out of it. Maybe. Just get a phone call from Microsoft when I finish the trip. Yeah, we'd like to give you $1 million right now. Oh yeah, sweet. I'll take that. I'm not advertising your stuff though. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable to expect them to pay me a significant chunk of money. I mean, I haven't really done anything to earn it. I just played a game that I paid for that they developed alongside Asobo, or Asobo developed alongside Microsoft. Yeah. I've said from the very beginning, I am never going to get rich playing this game. I am perfectly happy with that. If only I was any good at any first-person shooter. Like, I used to be not too bad at CS:GO, and I'm not too bad at Rainbow Six, but there's so many people streaming Rainbow Six. $1,000 in marketplace would be great. I wouldn't spend any of it on scenery though. And what I'd end up doing is I'd end up buying a few aircraft that I wanted and then giving away a load of aircraft as well. I think that'd be kind of cool. Like all the guys that have been in the Discord since day one. I think that'd be really cool. We, me and Lanky and North and Mike have talked about that previously. About doing like payware aircraft stuff, giveaways in the Discord. But we can't like it can't just be us just handing over money to give stuff to people. I'd like to find a way of doing it where it pays for itself rather than any one person stumping up any money for it. That'd be really nice. Because there's a load of really, really good bush planes that are payware, like the CH-701, the Zenith, and the Power Solo. That's pretty cool. The L-19, what a plane! I would have used that for this trip, but it would have taken me 3 days, and I would have had to refuel 45 times. Oh, King Kebab's behind as well. Who's King Kebab in the C-172? That's a great name, by the way, King. We've got a really nice formation going on here. I'm really happy with this. Oh. Oh, I'm getting there now. I'm getting happy that the end is near. Look at that. That's all I've got to do now. Pilatus. Pilatus. Yeah, Porter. Yeah, I'd like that. I like those type of agri vehicles. They're kind of weird. They're not shaped like not normal aircraft. But I like all those type of weird agricultural vehicles. There's an agri-truck, I think is one of them. It looks amazing. I'd love one of those in the sim as well. Like find some way of combining Farming Simulator 19 with it and doing the spraying. That'd be pretty cool. Not that I'd ever play Farming Sim. Really, I'd spend my entire time playing, just dusting the crops and flying like a madman. Oh, the Zenith CH-701. Yeah, that's a pretty hideous aircraft, isn't it? It's like a flying steel drum. It's just someone's attached one of those massive commercial wheelie bins to a set of wings. But I don't know. It's the kind of appeal of that like engine that revs to 9,000 RPM and looks like it was built in a steel shipping container by two guys named Wilf, and they just sort of slammed it together in an evening, and that's kind of what I like about it. There's some pretty epic formation holding from Bad Max there. That's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where have I
I
gone?
never use autopilot. I don't have one on this plane, and I don't like use autopilot.
I normally I wouldn't do. I just fly it by hand. If it's like a 3-hour flight,
Yes,
then I'll just do it by
that's
hand.
another one today.
But this one, I think, is a special occasion, calls for some autopilot.
You got a good excuse.
Yeah. Plus, I've got to be here to maintain the computer, because there might be a problem, you see. There isn't going to be a problem, because I've turned failures off. Yeah, that's the kind of the crop dusting that I like. That kind of crazy flying that they do, just landing on in a bowl, land, and then they fly right up. The tractor comes up to them with the front loader and dumps a load more, whatever fertilizer pellets, whatever they use to spray, and then it spins round and just goes off like a carrier deck. I love that type of. And the guys who do the agri spraying in helicopters as well.
Mm.
And the guys who fly the helicopters up to literally directly up to power lines, and then a guy jumps off and gets on the power line to do any repairs. Like that must take some testicular fortitude. Little Hughes MD500s. Oh, they're not Hughes anymore, they're MDs, aren't they? And then little Notar 500s. They're my favourite type of little helicopters. Little angry looking things. That's it. One of my favourite types of helicopter is the Aerospatiale Gazelle.
Ah, yes.
Like, those things are just wonderful. They look amazing, and they've got that massive bubble canopy. You get a great view out of them. Astor Zoo engine, Rolls-Royce turbo mecha. Those things have been going for years. I always want when the discount happened for DCS last month, I was really going to buy the Gazelle for DCS, and I forgot about it, and I never did, and it's gone back up to £40 now, and I don't want to pay that kind of money. Tiki, I am still alive. The journey continues. 17 hours 26 minutes in. We are off the coast of Wales. If I zoom out on the map, we are just coming to South Wales now. We have not got far to go. In fact, the total distance remaining as of the last leg is 204 miles. And then we'll be basically in Cornwall pretty much. It's got to go around the westmost tip of Wales here, and then it's like the home stretch. This is the home stretch. I am barely alive though. Yeah. I've got a really sore throat. I've been talking for pretty much 17 straight hours. I've tried to shut up a bit, but people are talking to me, and I feel bad if I don't respond.
Next challenge for you will be to make the same tour but in real weather. I say that because I just test real weather in this area, and it's terrible.
I did. I did for a little bit.
30 seconds, and it's terrible.
I flew.
It's ready.
I flew in real weather for about an hour earlier today, and we saw a couple of rainbows. We had like at one point I think there was like a 17 knot headwind.
Wow.
But when I started with live weather, right at the very beginning, I turned live weather on, and when I took off, there was a 34 knot headwind. So I just turned live weather off straight away, and I was like, "Nah, that's going to add several hours to this trip. That's already going to be long enough." So I abandoned live weather and went to few clouds, and just the whole point wasn't to. Like the challenge, there's enough challenge in trying to get around trying to get around Great Britain in one go.
And did you keep real time and travel during
No,
the night?
I did most of the time. Every time I stopped to refuel, I had to back out to put the new flight plan in anyway, and I put it to 8 a.m. so I could see everything, get real nice view. But when I took off from Liverpool for this last leg, I started on real time, so it was 10 to 6 in the morning. Or close to 5:45 in the morning, local time here, and I flew out of Liverpool in darkness, and then within the next half hour, starting getting the sunrise. It looked really, really good. That was good. I'm on live time now, but you can't do a trip like this in live weather in the UK, like not this time of year, not in a Cub. Like, I wanted to do it live weather, and if the weather was good enough, I would have done it. But I didn't want to do the whole trip in darkness either.
Yes.
So, because I wanted to be able to see the coastline I was passing, because we've ended up spotting some really, really good things to like go and revisit and go and explore. So this looks all fantastic from here. Excuse me again. Oh. Wow. Oh, I can feel the end. I can feel it. $189 miles, hour and a half. Let's see what my fuel is like. 10 gallons, 8 gallons. Okay. Using 8.1 gallons of fuel an hour, and I've got about 18 gallons of fuel remaining. 182 miles to go. So I should land with about half an hour of fuel remaining. To be honest, I'm slightly nervous about the fuel, and I know I shouldn't be, because I have enough fuel to make this trip. I'm just slightly nervous about that, really. Milford Haven. I did see that. I wasn't going mad. 8 miles, 10 miles, 13 miles, 15 miles, 21. Oh, yeah. It's good. I'm going to try and cut the fuel use down just a little more, I think. See what kind of speed I get from this decrease. not much. And I've dropped my fuel usage by 0.3 of a gallon. I'm pulling the proper RPM to keep like I'm at 900 feet, so pulling the mixture doesn't really do a great deal. Like I can wind it right the way back. So if you keep watch the red knob in the bottom left there with the mixture, and keep an eye on the fuel gallons per hour. I can pull it right out and it doesn't change until it gets to the point where the engine nearly cuts off. There. So doesn't really make any difference.
Not at this altitude, no.
Nah.
Difference. Try pulling the carb heat, that little white square button in front of you. That out a bit.
Carb heat's not really making much of a difference.
No.
I don't think that would make any. That'd make more of a difference up high where it's a lot colder. But right now, no, I don't. It doesn't seem to work at all. I'm going to put my pulsing landing lights on though, because I'm getting close to the end. And 17 hours and 34 minutes. I'm getting tired.
Are you using a performance pack for the XCub?
Say again, sorry.
You're using the performance pack.
Oh yeah, it's built onto this aircraft.
Oh.
This is I can't remember which level of performance it has. It's not the stupid one. This is the this is a extra. It's a an add-on aircraft. It's a modified one, modified Cub. It's got the cargo pod underneath.
No, not the body style, but the performance on the engine.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. This particular modded aircraft comes with that.
No, it's a separate pack.
As a stand, these aircraft, the carbon prop ones, I think 2 of them already have the performance pack added to them.
Built in.
Yeah. I think this is the cargo. I don't know whether it's this one, the cargo pod, or the Tundra cargo pod one. I think it's this one. I would think it does, Tiki. I think the guy who modelled the aircraft's pretty good at it, but it's not like, we're not talking about like a huge, like from the side it looks great, but from the front, we're not talking about a massive object. The only thing that would really affect it hugely is the weight that it can carry. I think it can carry an additional 200 kilos. But it's mostly because it's got a fuel bladder in it. Oh, excuse me. 7.8 gallons an hour. Not long to go to get this trip finally finished. Let's have a look. 7 gallons an hour. 10 gallons. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's been modelled to affect the drag, but it wouldn't be a huge amount. To tell you the truth, I don't think I'd be able to tell the difference anyway. But I'm pretty sure it has. The same way the Tundra tyres affect, they have extra drag too. Like this is not the one with Tundra tyres on it, but there's a Tundra tyre variant with the cargo pod, and there's a Tundra, just a plain Tundra tyre version, and that does, the drag is evident, and it's even more when you touch the water as well. You can see the difference. It's quite cool because there's a water drag effect now as well. Well, it might have always been one, but it just wasn't that good. Oh, excuse me. Speedbird 226. Oh. I'm getting happy that it's the end. Alright, take this off. It's fucking charged up enough. $181. If I keep looking at the mileage, it's never going to go down. Yeah, no worries, Tiki. Thanks very much for coming along, man. I'll be finished in hopefully an hour and a half. I hope so. I've only got about 2 hours of fuel left. So let's see if I can get that down just a little further without affecting the speed too much. See if I can get it to 7.5. Let's try that. It's only knocked a couple of knots off the speed. My ground speed right now is still 111 knots, so I'm happy with that.
A massive island just for one little house. One big house.
Yep. I don't think the internet would be that great there.
I feel sorry for that guy.
I don't know. There's a benefit. You wouldn't have to deal with that many people. That'd be wonderful. You wouldn't have to worry about self-isolation. Well, in these crazy COVID times we live in, you could just walk out of your house and know that there's going to be nobody there.
That is true.
The scenery around here is pretty cool as well. Where am I at? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When I get down to Bideford, then I'll start getting a bit happier. because then I'm within kicking distance. Oh yeah, wonderful. Skinflints. Oh, we got another guy joined. Let's have a look at the fuel level. 43. Oh yeah. 29. Full daylight out right now. It's been a long time since I've pulled an all-nighter. Nice. Waypoint 28 out of 51. $158 miles left to run. Just over an hour. I wonder what this place is. Nearly there.
Could resist. I had to land in somebody's backyard.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Now, shall I run that tank down? Yeah. I can switch it around easy enough. I'm going to keep checking this mileage. Miles left to go. SV29. On 42. 142 miles left to run. Dude, Iron, thanks very much for showing up. Thanks very much for flying with me as well. Gives me someone to chat to as well. Thank you. normal group flight to, well, it'll be today now at 8 p.m. UTC. So if you can, that'd be great. No worries if you can't. North Coast is organising this one. I am 100% getting some sleep before that happens though. Oh, no way, man. Well, if you've got time for a flight at any point, just drop into the Discord. Just let people know. I'm sure there'll be someone to join. If I'm around, I will. Well, yeah, nice to see you though, man. Thanks very much for showing up. Yeah. You too, man. See you later. Oh, it's nearly over. It's nearly over. Hopefully the sim doesn't crash as I come into land again like it's done twice already. I got outside for a little bit. I'm basically avoiding this huge chunk. Just did this. I didn't see any point in me flying around there. There's nothing super duper interesting. And same with up to Cardiff. I originally planned to fly up round Cardiff, but the coastline is long enough as it is. I think this trip is still in total just over 2,400 miles. So. Ooh, excuse me. Let's have a quick fuel check, I think, again. Yeah. You want to recalculate at 43 litres. $11.359 US liquid gallons. 17 gallons. Oh.
We are back from our exploration.
Nice. Yeah, I've had the camera outside watching.
As the coast was really great.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad I planned it this way because it's taken about 45 miles off the total journey time, off the journey length. It's coming to the longest single stretch of this leg, 21 nautical miles. $142 left to run. Less than that, actually. Down to the end of that tank. Oh yeah, that's cool. Oh, nice. That's some nice formation right there. Excuse me again. Nice big stretch over the water now. And on to the final little last bit of this trip. just hit the 18-hour mark. Yeah, it'll be at least a month before I do this again. What was my fuel calculation? Pardon me, 17 gallons. I can't even calculate it in my head anymore. I don't. Math doesn't work anymore. Okay, I'll tell you what.
Need to hydrate a bit.
Yeah, I've been drinking like a fish all night. I've had 2.5 liters, 3 liters of water. Someone wants to tell me. Ooh, I'll do that. 117 QTS. $135 miles an hour. With 120 miles remaining. So under an hour, 16 gallons of fuel. I'm using 9 gallons an hour. Doable. And when I get across this little stretch here, this will be the last little home stretch. Captain Berg, good morning from Norway. Good morning to you, sir, from the UK. You're just coming in at the end of the well, I say the end of the stream. It's probably about another hour at the most. I've been streaming for 18 hours and 8 minutes so far. And I'm really tired. But I have successfully followed the entire UK coastline, or the entire Great British coastline, all the way around up through Scotland, down. The last leg was from Liverpool to Culdrose. I started from Culdrose at 2 p.m. yesterday. I have stopped 6 times for fuel. And I'm really tired. But we have to see whether it can be done. So it can be done. And I've got just enough fuel to get me there now at this point. I have to swap tanks in a bit. Kind of want to bleed that tank dry because you can't start the engine on the right hand side tank on this aircraft. Also, I've had people flying with me pretty much the entire trip. There's only been a gap of about maybe half an hour where somebody hasn't been flying with me, and that was right at the start of this leg, so it would have been about 6:45 in the morning. But through the entire time, Bad Max, Mojo Mike, where's the other guy? Oh, it's just dropped away somewhere. Doctor has been flying with me. A guy called Wyvern spent more than half the flight flying with me. And he went to bed at about 3 a.m. No, probably a bit later than that. Half 3 a.m. Captain, you're not the only person who's had that problem. We've got a couple of guys in our Discord group that have had that same issue. We've got one guy that can't even start the sim anymore. Lanky, I am still going. I have about 120 miles to go. Mojo Mike's flying still. I can't remember, it was about 120. Yeah, 120 miles to run. This is the last leg. The last little bit. And then I can go to sleep. Yeah, I'll be there today. That's 12 hours away. I've still got time to sleep. I'm going to get between 4 and 6 hours of sleep, because I don't want to just sleep right through, and then that's my sleeping pattern destroyed for the next week. But if I get between 4 and 6 hours of sleep, at least I'll be functional as a human being. I might not be any fun, but I'll be functional as a human being. I can do the group flight at 8 p.m. tonight, and then I can go immediately to sleep. Oh my god, I'm tired. I'm starting to hallucinate now. I'm starting to hallucinate that there's fuel in my tanks when there isn't. But I've been in good company pretty much the entire flight. It's been really nice. Like they've been taking turns doing shifts to sort of so I'm not flying alone. So that's really nice. And I think the record is Wyvern. He was with me pretty much the entire flight at the start for the first entire two legs. Missed a leg, then was with me for another pretty much leg, and most of the fourth one, and he was with all of the fourth one and most of the fifth one, and then stopped just before I landed in Liverpool for the sixth and final leg. Okie dokie. I am now on the final home stretch of this ridiculously long flight. That is the rest of my journey, right there on that little mini-map. from Bideford, I've got a flight to Culdrose, and that completes the circumnavigation of Great Britain. I get to see some nice scenery again now. Let's have a quick look. Check this fuel tank. I'm running one of these fuel tanks pretty much to the dry bones. Well, I knew it'd be 18 plus hours. There's certain areas I've been going a little bit faster than I'd originally thought I'd be able to. So I think that's pretty much made up a bit of time from me having to stop to refuel and then exit out and reload the next flight plan. The original duration was going to be 18 hours and 46 minutes, and I'm 18 hours 15 now, and I've got just under an hour to run, maybe 40 minutes. I must add, this is not an everyday occurrence. I don't do this once a week, but I do stream our group flights. So if you want to join, Cap, we do group bush flying twice a week. Every time I look at the time and the amount of time it's going to take to complete this flight, it seems to get longer. Oh yeah, look at that. So close to finish. Still flying, still flying. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Captain. Thank you very much indeed. I really have to plug a set of speakers into that second computer so I get the audio cue that someone's followed or something. So I was just lucky that I was looking at the screen then. Pardon me. Oh yes. Leg number 32 of 52. 102 miles remaining. 9 gallons an hour. I have to get ready on that fuel switch because that tank's gonna run dry shortly. I think I'm gonna try and get a screenshot of my face right at the start of this trip and when I land, because I think I'm gonna look 12 years older. I mean, when I started this flight, I was clean shaven, and now. It's been a long old road, Captain. I don't know why I started this. A couple of days ago, I was looking forward to this, thinking this would be a great idea, and I'm 18 hours and 20 minutes, and I'll choose something else to do next time, I think. Wonderful. Nearly there, guys. Nearly there. Thanks for following. Thanks for coming along with me. It's 22 minutes past 8 in the morning. I want to keep looking at the nav map. Yes. 14 plus 10 plus 3 plus 9. Oh, I got a nice little overflight of the coast here. Pardon me. I had a bit of a panic attack then. I thought my engine was shutting down. Barely any fuel in that tank at all now. I think I'm going to change fuel tanks before it actually does shut off. There we go. Loads of fuel on that one. The FPS drop coming again. And my FPS drop here has got nothing to do with the sim world. It's just a random thing that the sim started doing since the last update. It'll smooth out just as quick as it came on.
Yes, that's the same for me. I lost about 5 to 10 FPS.
Yeah, there's like little, what was Wyvern was saying before, there's like these little boxes all around the world that the sim FPS just drops for everybody.
Yeah.
And it's just ever since that world update that it's happened. Nice and smooth again.
You won't believe me, it's still raining in real weather.
Yeah?
Surprising. Yes, really surprising here.
What? Raining in the UK? Don't be silly.
No.
Oh wow, there's a bit of a crosswind there as well. 33 knots. Yes. Getting out of that was absolutely ridiculous. I might. What weather presets have I got? Where's the UK ones? Typical spring day for a landing? No. That's better. Not long left. Whoa, look at that. I can feel the end of this. Oh yes. Fluxbury. Oh, my head's getting all itchy because of the tiredness. I'm not the only one who gets that right. I get an itchy head and stuff any time. Or am I just going mad? Oh, I can taste the end. It's within my grasp. I've got enough fuel to get there. Oh yeah. $87 miles remaining. Just under, actually. Maybe 87 miles remaining. Travelling at about 135 miles an hour. Let's have a quick check on the fuel. 39.2. US gallons. Speed up just a tiny bit. Yeah, I'll do. Oh. My missus just woke up. I can hear her making coffee upstairs. 8:30 in the morning. I really hope I haven't made some stupid mistake with the fuel calculation. I don't think so. Drain the remaining fuel out of that tank.
Yeah, I believe you did a miscalculation on that, the fuel, so I would suggest it start all over again.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not for all the tea in China. Am I starting this over? 70% full. Yeah, 150 is a lot. There's been a couple of people I managed to talk into buying it over the last 18 and a half hours, and one of them gasped when he saw the size of it for his download. I think it took him 5 hours to download the installer from Steam, so it's probably going to be 2 or 3 days before he can play it. I want to run that tank dry now because I don't want to. I don't want to be caught short right before the finish line, so I'll use all the remaining fuel out of one tank. And I did. Like, I know this thing's got a hell of an endurance, so. Oh, excuse me. Uh, 7.8 litres of fuel left in that tank. Oh, look at that. So close. So close. The uptime doesn't work for whatever reason, Major. But I've been streaming now for 18 hours, 35 minutes, and 35 seconds. 4,000 hours with X-Plane. Wow. That's a lot of hours. I don't think I ever got that in FSX. I think maybe 1,500 in FSX. But I think that's even being generous. It's probably closer to 1,200, 1,300. I don't have... I've got... I think... Like, I ran this game in developer mode for so long, but I've probably got 500 or 600 hours in FS 2020 now. But in developer mode, it doesn't fill your logbook in, so God knows how many hours I've lost there. I didn't even realise that it was doing that until about a month ago. Let's go tank check, 7%.
Which simulator have you start with?
The first one I started with was it was before Flight Simulator 95. I can't remember which one it was before 95, and then I had 95. I think I had, I'm not sure whether I had there was a 98 or a 97 one, and then I had 2002, and I've still got that on CD or DVD somewhere around there. And then I had FSX after that, I think.
I start with floppy disk.
Oh,
the first
nice.
one, it was in 1987.
Oh, yes.
It was, how do you say that? 16 bit.
Oh, wow.
Strange sound, only 8 colors.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was fun.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Started in '82 with the cassette.
Oh.
Ah, yeah.
8-bit, only black and white.
I think I had like a random one for the Commodore 64. But I can't remember what that was called. And it wasn't, I mean, you can't really call it a flight sim. It was nothing like Microsoft Flight Simulator.
You can find some video on YouTube where they show the difference between different versions.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen that video actually. I've got a copy of Flight Simulator 2020 up on my shelf somewhere. I couldn't find it earlier, but I've definitely got it. Oh, there it is. I see it. I'll put it in front of the camera. Flight Simulator 2002, as real as it gets. I don't know whether you can see that. Oh yeah. With the 3 CDs in it, all in mint condition. Wow. I don't have the original box, unfortunately. I don't know where that's gone. But I have got a fully boxed, wonderful copy of Duke Nukem 3D up there, and I've got a copy of Discworld on floppy disk, and I've got Street Fighter 2 on floppy disk for the PC as well. I can't remember what else have I got up there. I've got Discworld, Myst, Duke Nukem 3D, Street Fighter 2, Carmageddon. Do you know what? I bought IL-2 Sturmovik on Steam not recently, and I've actually got it on CD up there. I didn't even realise. Didn't even need to buy it. Oh, look at that. That's the distance I've got to travel. Just round Land's End, St. Ives. Let's see what the distance is remaining. 64 miles. 64 miles remaining. Mojo, I am tired. I don't just look it. I am, in fact, I can confirm, without a doubt, that I am. It feels like I'm knocking on death's door, to be honest. I haven't been this tired in so long. I think the last time I was this tired, it was flying back from Australia. I got a sore throat from talking so much, and I ran out of water about half an hour ago. And I just want to get to the end of this. I want to put it down on the ground and wash my hands of it and go to bed. I'm glad I did it. Like, I haven't completed it yet, so let's not jinx anything just yet.
So what will be your next challenge now?
Oh, I don't know. I'll think about that tomorrow. Major par, it's 16. I'm currently on 18 hours and 41 minutes that I've been streaming for. I started this stream at 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. And you only did a half shift playing Among Us, so Rock bought it last night. He's installing Flight Sim right now, so you need to get your hands on it and learn to fly with us, and just stream it, and it'll be hilarious.
As you're going to bed, the wife's going to look at you with a cup of coffee in hand and say, "Come and make me company. I have something to chat with you."
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I think she'll leave me alone. She's just made her coffee. I've just heard her upstairs. And now she's left the bed all nice and warm for me, and I can go to sleep.
That's a good side.
Yeah, Major, he was chatting. I don't know whether you can scroll up the chat or whatever, but he was, yeah, he downloaded it, and yeah, of course. Well, that's part of the fun. You get yourself you can use to be honest, to learn. To at least start out, you can use an Xbox controller or whatever. But if you've got a joystick, obviously that makes it a lot easier. And you can get fairly cheap ones. You don't need to get a super expensive one. And then just put the power down and then try and take off and fly around. Once you're in the air, it's actually quite easy. It's landing and taking off the more difficult parts, but you'll figure it out. I did. But I wouldn't recommend going anywhere near a tail dragger like this, which lands on its front wheels. Not for a little while, at least. They're not the easiest things to fly, not the easiest things to land. Oh, but look at this, we've got... Bad Max has been glued there in formation for ages. Mojo Mike's been...
I'm not a glue.
No. Doc has been there. Load of carp was flying last night, and turn up pigeon as well, by the way. Oh, excuse me.
I can glue other planes since I change my joystick. I took Otas Warthog and Pendular Rudder. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Really fantastic. Yes.
Yeah, I've got a.
It cost a lot, but it was
that the
a good
Warthog?
investment.
Did you say you got the Warthog?
Yes, the Otas Warthog
Yeah.
and the Pendular Rudder.
Yeah, I know. I want those rudder pedals. And one of my friends has got a Warthog, and it's really nice joystick.
Yes. And the rudder also is really good precision.
Yeah, I'm envious of that.
But they were out of stock during months in France.
Yeah.
I ordered them, I think, in October and received them in January.
Oh wow! Well, that's not too bad. They've been worse. Captain, yeah, I'd try it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You don't, when you go into it, you don't. I mean, you can go to bed at any point. I've known all along that I can just go, right, enough's enough. I can't do this anymore. I can shut everything down. I can go to sleep. There's no. I mean, I'm glad I've done it. I'm tired, but I'm definitely glad I've done it. I'm happy that I've made it all the way to the end. I'm happy that I set myself a bit of a challenge and I've done it.
Were you alone during parts? Or
yes, for some of it, but not all of it. Most of the time, there's been someone flying with me.
Okay, nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
Me, I have a normal life, so I went to bed, sleep,
yeah, I
wake up, have a shower.
Yeah, I normally have a normal life, but today I just decided to throw that straight out the window and do something different. Captain, it's not bad. I'm 38, and I just eat something, get a decent amount of sleep the night before, eat something sensible, don't eat massive meal, and just drink a load of water. That's what I did. Just so if you can drink coffee all night, and some people can do that. I can't. It just you get the coffee, you get a little bit of the hyper, and then you crash again afterwards, and it's just no good. If I'd have drank coffee, I probably wouldn't still be sat here. I'd either be asleep dribbling on the back of my chair, or I'd be on the floor making funny noises. That looks cool. Still got a bunch of people flying. And let's go to the little nav map and see. Oh, look at that. That's all the distance I've got to go before I've completed this ridiculous journey. Oh, that's taken 18 hours and 48 minutes up to this point. I have 48 miles left to run out of 2,400. 2,400 miles. I think it's just over 2,400 miles actually. 2,400 miles. I have 48 left to go. I have very little fuel left. Just enough to land and taxi to a fuel station. Yeah. Less than probably 20 minutes, 25 minutes at the most. Of flying right around the coast of Great Britain. Rough landing time, about 20 minutes ish, I think. Yeah, I think 20 minutes. That's all I've got to do. Basically fly round Land's End. I come back round and land at Culdrose. Yeah, I'm a streaming PC. Yeah, I've got this main machine, and then OBS captures the game window, but that uses a thing called the NewTek NDI, so I don't use a capture card or anything. That uses the network to send it over to another PC, which does the encoding, but it also has the microphone and the webcam attached to it, so it's less things for the main PC to do. But this main PC is still running quite a lot of stuff. So I've got the Twitch channel studio thing up. I've got a little nav map running, which is being captured for the game window. I've got Discord running. I've got the chat, a chat box running, so I can see if people are on YouTube or Twitch chatting. And then as a backup, just in case anything fails, I've got a laptop running there with the Twitch studio up as well. So just in case. But I haven't had a problem. I had a little bit of an issue at about 4 a.m. where it started dropping frames because I think my internet sort of started to die slightly, but it rectified itself and it's been fine since. I would, if you're going to stream Flight Simulator, then I would recommend having a separate streaming PC. When I started doing this, I realised quite quickly that you get like missed frame encoding and stuff because the PCs, like I'm even using a 3900X, a Ryzen 3900X, which is a 12-core processor. I was still encountering problems with it not being able to render frames in time and it dropping them, and like it giving like the actual Twitch stream was quite jerky and it wasn't smooth at all. So I would recommend, especially for Flight Simulator, I would recommend using another PC to do the hard, to do the heavy lifting, the encoding. But strictly you don't need it. You can get away with it if you stream in a lower quality. But I wanted to stream in 1080. Excuse me. 1080 and 60 FPS, because I think it looks better. But yeah, if it was me, I would definitely do it. You don't have to, but yeah, I would just stream a PC for everything, because then the main one you're playing the game on can do all the heavy lifting. Big Lanky, I have approximately 41 miles left to run. I'll zoom out the little nav map so you can have a quick look. That's the distance I am, so my aircraft and then Culdrose beneath it. So I've basically got to go around Land's End, 41 miles, that's it, I'm done. I can shut this all down and I can GTFO to bed. But yeah, I don't know how I'm afraid I'm not gonna. Nobody can judge me on this landing, because, like, you just can't. You're not allowed to, because it's gonna be terrible. I can feel it already. I'll do the best I can, but it's gonna be a terrible landing. Yeah, I keep doing like. Oh yeah, it's gonna be wonderful, and lying flat. It's gonna be good. I need to. Like, I'm not sure whether to take a shower before or after. I feel grubby, but yeah. I don't know. I'm so tired. I don't want to I don't want the shower water to hit me and then wake me up again. I just like sort of flop into bed and just deal with it. And just have a shower when I wake up and feel fresh, which is probably more beneficial because I'm probably not going to get that much sleep. So if I shower when I wake up, it'll make me feel a little better. This has been a good stream though, all in all. I've really enjoyed myself doing this today. I'm tired, but it's been a lot of fun. And there's been a lot of new people who've come by and chatted to, so like I'm happy with that. And there's loads of people joining the Discord as well. I don't know whether you saw, Lanky. Like 8 people, well not loads, but 8 people. A couple of guys are going to join us for the group fight later on today. If anybody is watching, didn't know that, we do have a group, we do have a Discord group. We do bush flying twice a week in Cubs, Caravans, Goose, I mean Icon if you really want to. And there's we've got links to loads of downloads, loads of freeware stuff. We can point you in the right direction. We have a little bit of tech support. We do, you know, it's a good group we've got, and it's super casual. There's no, you can drop in for a group flight for 20 minutes if you want, and then disappear again. But I'd come in and see what it's like. Oh, I'm starting to shiver now. $10. Let's check the fuel. Yeah, plenty. $26 liters left. Oof. Just over St. Ives. Oh, look at the end. The end is right there. Yes. Oh, look at that. So close. So close to the end. Oh, wonderful. I'm supposed to be enjoying the coastline while I'm here as well, but I'm so, like, even having these guys fly with me for most of the journey as well has been great. I can't thank those guys enough, actually, because it would have been so much more difficult trying to get through this with no one to fly with, no one to talk to. And thanks for coming to watch me do this. That also helps. $28 miles to go. Oh yeah. 2 miles a minute. This could be pretty much the lightest I've ever landed a Cub, I think, as well. Oh, pardon me. Oh, so close. So close to the end. 18 hours, 59 minutes and 14 seconds so far. Captain, thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. I never would have ever considered myself normal, but I appreciate it. I don't know. I'm not too weird. I'm a little bit weird, but I'm not too bad. Oh, look at this. The four that made it to the end. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Big Bad Max and Doc. Oh, doing a nice wing wag. Yeah, I like it. Excuse me. We're on this tiny little bit before the end here. I couldn't be happier. Hugely exceeded any kind of flight hours that I would be allowed in real life. Try and get that in the frame there. It won't, it'll try and zoom out almost immediately again. Oh, yes. Wasn't like maybe 10.5 hours ago that we were passing John O'Groats and Dunnet Head, right the most northerly point in Scotland, in Great Britain, and in a few minutes we're going to be passing the most southerly point. I'm getting paranoid about my fuel now. I'm pretty sure I've got enough. 22 litres. Yeah, pretty sure that's enough. Hello, Titan. You come right at the right time for the end. Like, I've been streaming for 19 hours now, 19 hours and 2 minutes, and I have at this point successfully circumnavigated the entirety of Great Britain. Thank you for following, Titan. Extremely kind of you. Yeah, it's taken 19 hours, but I've flown literally right the way around Great Britain. Well, it was fun for the first sort of, say, 12 hours or so, and then it started to drag a bit, and then the sim crashed twice, and then that wasn't fun, that was annoying, so I had to redo a couple of landings, and then I got to about, I think, Liverpool, and it was about 5:30 in the morning, my time, and it's 9 a.m. now, and that's when it started to drag, because there wasn't many people watching, there was no one flying with me, so that was getting kind of, I was thinking about piling in, and then Doc joined me again. He's still behind, he's been flying pretty much since then. And then Mojo Mike, Bad Max joined up again. People started watching again. I've been chatting to people on the stream. And now I am within spitting distance of the final landing. 19.2 miles away. That is all I've got to go now. after having travelled, the last leg was from Liverpool all the way around Great Britain. And I am down to fumes, pretty much, in the fuel tank in this thing. Like I've refueled 4 times. And if I'd planned out a little better, I probably could have got away with refueling. If I'd done it perfectly all the way around, I could have refueled 3 times. Because this thing's got a ridiculously large fuel tank for its size. It's got the normal Cub fuel tank, and then the belly pan in the cargo pod's another fuel tank, so it'll do 1,000 miles. Well, it'll do 1,000 miles if I treat it nicely. But I've been beaten up for the last sort of 150 miles. And I've been flying pretty much for 19 hours solid now. And I'm this close away from the finish. I can smell Cold Rose from here. It's right there. Look at that. I couldn't be happier. So right now. I've just passed Land's End, so the most southerly part in Great Britain. But if I zoom right out, you see the little yellow aircraft. I'll get rid of some of the markers actually. There you go. So literally this most southerly tip, and it's called Land's End. I've just passed it, and Penzance, and then I will be landing with any luck in about the next sort of 5-6 minutes at Culdrose, which is the ICAO code is Echo Golf Delta Romeo. Trying to keep moving a little bit so I can keep the blood flow to my feet. I've in our Discord I've posted the flight plans for all of this, and I would definitely recommend doing the flight from the second leg, and I think actually probably the second and third the second and third leg of this flight was probably the best. The scenery was incredible almost all the way around there, but even that, like the scenery is great in most of this. Like I haven't had like there's been a couple of weird, like scenery glitches like you get in flight sim, but generally it's been absolutely perfect all the way around. Oh, look at this. So I'll zoom out again for you. That's the stream, that's where I am. Make sure I've got it all lined up, there we go. It automatically zooms back in because it tracks your flight automatically, this piece of software. It tracks your flight in the sim. It's called Little Nav Map if you're interested as well. It's a really good little piece of software. I've just cropped it so it's just the map that's visible, but it's got tools, it's got a list of all your waypoints. You can build flight plans on it. It's a really good piece of software. Oh, look at that. Full roses over there. I can finally land. And I can finally go to bed and get some sleep. 19 hours and 9 minutes. Not counting the first 5 minutes I was streaming. Actually, probably the first 10 minutes I was streaming. Yeah. Oh yeah, I get to land and go to bed now. I keep saying that, don't I? I'm just rambling. If you want to see any part of this as well, I'm also streaming this to YouTube, and it's the same name on YouTube. Don't worry about subscribing or any nonsense like that. The only reason I record it there is because I don't have to record it on my PC then. I can record the whole thing and it's kept on YouTube forever. I'm not turning around and flying all the way back, Captain. It's not happening. I'd rather step into the traffic than go through all this again. I'm not doing this for a long time. Actually, I'll probably end up doing something. Oh, look at that. 6 miles away. 6 miles away. Oh, looks like I'm landing on 06. I'm hoping the sim doesn't crash on the way in. I'm going to be so disappointed if it does, because it's crashed twice on me now. Just on final approach as well. Oh, what a glorious evening. Now I'm in a good mood. I would 100% recommend doing this now, if you really want to. It gets a little bit weird and boring, and sort of, you lack motivation at parts, but as soon as you get to the end. And now my FPS drops in the sim, like normal. Let's start throttling back a little bit. Down to the last 3 miles. Yes. This is great. Wonderful. Oh yes, there's the airfield. I'm running on fumes and the aircraft's running on fumes. I quickly go inside. So, that fuel tank's basically dry. That fuel tank's basically dry. I'm gonna land outside so I can get a better view of everything. Oh yes.
500.
That's the last time I have to listen to her say 500. Ali, you're just in time for the landing, mate. The final landing. It's over. It's done. I'm finished. I've completed it. 19 hours and 14 minutes. Just about to touch down. Oh, 06 back at Cold Rose, where I took off from 19 hours ago. Let's get a really nice landing, shall I? Nice landing. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Oh!
Yeah.
And to finish with a buttery smooth landing like that.
Yes. Really nice.
Oh, yeah. Yay! I did it! Woohoo! Oh, thank you very much for flying with me, fellas. I really appreciate it. Oh, yes. Circumnavigated the coast of Great Britain. In a cub.
Hey.
Oh. Oh.
Finally did it, huh?
Finally did it. Finally got it done. I'm just
That's
rolling
it.
out now. Just let it happen.
Matt, do you know what happened since the time you took off?
Go on.
I went to sleep, got up, I played with my niece. I went out with her. I took her for dinner. Yeah, and I came back, and you just landed.
I just landed. Just now. That's it.
That's
I'm pretty sure.
insane.
I've been thinking, like, from what I've seen, I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to circumnavigate the UK in Flight Simulator 2020 in a cub in one go. So yeah, I'm happy about that.
Great
Now,
job, seriously.
and now it's all over. It's all finished now. Everyone, go back to your homes. I am going to bed. I am tired. Thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate everyone. Thanks very much, Ali, for the donation as well, man. It's really nice of you.
No problem, man. Seriously, you deserve that. You really deserve that.
Oh man, that was a lot of fun. That was so stupid. I'm even going to park up. What is this? With my rudder pedals. I love rudder pedals.
Oh come on, you already touched down. I mean,
I should let somebody else park it up for me, shouldn't I? But oh yeah, look at that. I'm
You
parking
still
there. I'm
gotta
gonna
do
block.
that.
I'm blocking the apron. That's my parking space from now on. There we go. Finished.
you should get a medal
From
or something for that.
Takeoff to parked. 19 hours. Let's say 19 hours and 16 minutes. I've been streaming, and I've gone more than 2,500 miles around the coast of the UK in a cub, and some lads joined me for it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate everyone watching. I appreciate everyone joining me for flying for quite a large portion of that. I am out. I'm going to bed. Thank you very much.
Go to bed, man.
Good job, Baptiste.
Yeah, thanks, Bad Max. Thanks for sticking around, man. Thanks, Mojo, as well. Doc, as well. Thanks very much.
Don't
And he's not here,
switch
but
off the stream. Just go to bed, man.
he flew for most of the journey with me as well. Wyvern, he's not here. I think he's probably still asleep now. But thanks very much, and thanks for watching, and thanks for following, and thanks for the donations, Ali. That was really kind of you. You didn't have to do that. Have a pleasant evening. I'm turning off the stream now. I'm going to bed. If I can get my mouse to work, I will do anyway. I'm clicking the button now. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Good night.